Warm greetings from the high 10. It is Everyday Shenanigans, and thanks for joining me. This live is pertaining to the oddities, pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. It is a title that I came up with last night during the 4-hour live. Sorry it was so long, but we had it going on. They wanted to continue to talk, so I gave them their opportunity to speak. The ladies that were on the panel, thank you all so much for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and get started with this commentary. The one thing I find odd as of late is a portrait that was drawn of the Wells family, and inside of that portrait is a rendering of Candace Bly. Now, whoever did that drawing, you know better than that. You know damn well that's not Candace, and Candace does not look like that. So why in the hell would you even draw that photograph, painting or whatever of her? Doesn't look like her. The other photographs, painting, whatever, drawings rather, favor the other participants in the family. That is not Candace Bly, and shame on you to even draw that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just ridiculous. As most of you know, on Friday, February 4th, marks the birthday of Summer Wells. She will be 6 years old. There have been no new information released by law officials pertaining to the whereabouts of the child, suspects, any new information. Basically, everything pertaining to the child that was released in the beginning of the story up until now has basically been debunked. The only new thing that was said around November, December is that possibly the child wandered off and foul play can be put on the table. And all parties are still considered to be suspects. So one would ask, who are they speaking of? Well, naturally, they would be speaking of the parents. And I guess whoever else has talked or given commentary pertaining to Summer Wells. Thank you all for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. This is just a very sick case. And I'm going to go ahead and get started on the oddities because my lives sometimes run long, so I want to go ahead and get started. Let's start with the beginning of the story. Why would you leave 3 boys alone in a house, Candace Bly? Why did you leave the boys alone? Why did you call boy H? If you had not been talking to him or visiting him, or he visited you, or his mother visited you or talked to you, or you went to their house, when was the last time you had a physical visit with boy H and his mother? Because that is very odd. As I said, number one, the boy children left alone on June 15th. You contacting boy H. You taking a change of clothes on that said day to the house. Boy H verifies the fact that the child changed her clothes, but we hear later on the child doesn't like to be cold. So that's up for interpretation. When you've originally taken clothes because you know your child, why would you put her in a new outfit after the fact? That is strange. Why go swimming in a dirty hole instead of going to the swim park? You mentioned a swim park. You wanted to talk to Allie about a swim park. This is what boy H says in the Chris McDonough interview. So why leave your boys alone? Don't take them on this trip. Contact boy H. Change the child's clothes at boy H's home. After the swim hole, change her into a new outfit. Why didn't you just put her in a long sleeve shirt, pants that morning? You know your child gets cold allegedly. You don't use air conditioning. So it made no sense to use newer clothes when you could have dressed her in a long sleeve shirt and pants originally. Very odd. And once again, changing your plans from fishing to swimming. Why? The photograph video, the infamous photo video where you're asking whoever's in the front seat, is her arm up? I want to get a picture of that because it looks like Dawn, blah, blah, blah. I find it odd that comment, perhaps the stacking of the milk jugs. Chris Madonna has gone on and on about the damn milk jugs. And then we talked about that last night. It is an odd way to stack milk. Milk is heavy, so you would either put it on the back seat of a car if no one is in the back seat, or you would sit it in the floorboard because it is heavy. Rarely do people want to hold milk if they are in the back seat of a car or the front seat. You would put it in the floor between your legs. They're not big people, so the floorboard would be the appropriate place to sit the milk. But people do things differently. But the odd part about the photograph is the stacking of the milk. It looks staged to me. And that was my assessment during the live last night with the ladies. The milk was stacked on top to stage the picture with Summer Wells leaning against the milk. Was she alive or deceased in the said photograph? I do not know, but it's strange. Taking her allegedly to a swim park later that day. Some were arguing that it was on Friday. Either way, it still makes no sense to even mention a swim park when you just took her to a swim hole. Allegedly, you wanted to talk to Allie about a swim park, whatever. I don't know what's the truth or not. If you were just shooting the shit because you felt uncomfortable dropping him off back at the house, I don't know. Just a lot of oddities. And I'm mentioning all these oddities that I can come to mind during this live. Thank you for joining me. The time you got home with the said child and mother, it's about a 3-hour window or 3+ hours. You claim to have planted flowers, food with the mother's knee, sent the child over inside the house with the brothers. See, the odd thing about this story is that 3 boys were left alone on the compound, locked in, as you told Chris Madonna. So if they were locked in and couldn't get out, how is it that Summer Wells was able to be abducted out of the basement? And how would the abductor know that she was down there in the basement when 3 itty-bitty spiders were ripe for the taking upstairs? So how is it they're locked in, but she wasn't? A very odd, strange discrepancy by Candace Bly. What were you doing for 3+ hours? Because you can't say you fooled with the knee, went back over to the house, called for the child, went downstairs, and she was gone. That means you had to have been doing something after you left the camper for 3 hours. But you didn't say that to Chris Madonna. You didn't say it to the news. And I find it strange that neither of these parties would even ask you, ma'am, give me a time of when you left the camper, when you arrived to the house, first of all, when you went to the camper, when you walked into the house, when you noticed the child was gone, what time you called 911. Because you're talking about at least a 3+ hour window, and you can't explain it logically. That's the reason why you glazed over it. And the people who talk to you, obviously, they don't know how to ask the appropriate questions. And I'm saying that because there's no way I would have let you out that interview without saying, what time did you arrive home? What time did you walk in the house? What time did you go to the camper? What time did you walk back into the house? What time did you realize your child was missing from the basement? What did you do after that? What time? You don't know the time? Well, then how the fuck you know what time you got up that morning? Hell, do you even know what day it was? We're just going to play stupid. We don't know nothing. I don't remember nothing. I don't keep up with the time. Okay, so then hell, was it even Tuesday? Because people are questioning that they don't think it even happened that day. But as I told people, the other parties, H and the mother, would have to be lying as well if you're going to say that the child did not disappear on June 15th. What were you doing, Candace Bly, from the time you got home to the time you called 911? Why did you not use your own phone to call the dispatch? Why are you using your mother's phone? Makes no sense. You've been living out there for years. By now, you should know what carrier to use out in the holler. See, you told on yourself. Oh, I'll use my mother's phone because it gets a better reception. That makes no sense. So you're going to live out somewhere in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of kids that can get sick, hurt, go missing, ting, stay woke, go missing, ting, go missing, ting, go missing. But you don't have adequate phone service, but your mother has adequate service. But your mother is the one who allegedly called 911 October 2020 with a dispute between you all and your guests from New York. Make it make sense. Fast forward 9 months later or so, you still aren't using your phone. Why? Why are you not using your phone, Candace Blythe? Is this a ruse, Candace Blythe, that every time you get into an altercation with Donald Wells, you go use your mother's phone? So that leads one to believe that you are an orchestrator of many deceptions. And I just put that together as I'm talking now. 2020, you use your mother's phone. 21, you use your mother's phone. 2022, your mother's calling allegedly for altercation with Donald Wells that he put his hands around your throat. Stay woke, everybody. Why is Candace always using Grandis's phone? I think it's time we acknowledge there's something funky in the fish. Because now you're talking about 3 separate incidents. Where you are using the mother's phone, but yet you are a mother of 4 children. And yet you do not have a viable phone that could connect to a cell tower in Rogersville, Tennessee. I'm going to ask you, Candace Blythe, why do you always use Grandis' phone? Because now there's a pattern. 2020, Grandis' phone. 2021, Grandis' phone. 2022, Grandis' phone. Doesn't matter who pays for the bill. A phone's a phone. There's something up with these 911 calls and you not wanting to use your phone number, but you want to use your mother's phone. There's something very sketchy with always using Grandis' phone to dial 911. So let's go there. Child is missing. You're using Grandis' phone. You're talking to Don, skirting around like a rat. Allegedly, children allegedly were helping look. You're looking. Something's still off. The 3-hour window makes no sense. And somebody should have made you stand account for the 3 hours, 3+ hours. The dispatch call says you were walking or took a run. They only repeated what you told them. So therefore, you lied to the dispatch about what you were doing. That's a crime. And you should be really arrested for filing a false report to law enforcement. Because there was no abduction on June 15th. Something's very off with this whole scenario. What were you doing on June 15th? You walked, you ran. What did you do, Candace? Then you tell WJHL, sitting outside, doped up for that interview and dressed inappropriately without a brassiere on. You spun a web of this planting flowers, candy BS, hollering for the child, just a bunch of nonsense and lies, and told us that you're scared of bears, snakes. So you had to tell us that because you know that 911 dispatch call was released. And that's what you and Don have been doing from day one. You have been responding according to the commentary on social media. You didn't expect for us to find out about the 911 call, so that's why you had to come up with, oh, I'm afraid of bears and snakes. I wouldn't be walking around. You're not very clever. Because had you thought this out, your story wouldn't keep changing from the news station to the dispatch. Why did it take you 10 days to talk to the news? Your child went missing. Who waits 10 days to speak to the news? Why did you allow your husband to do all the talking? That's odd. You're the one that was with the children, with your child that day, but yet Donna Wells is the mouthpiece of June 15th. Very odd. Very, very odd. Grandis left. Why? Who leaves their daughter when her children have been taken and her child is missing? What kind of mother is that? What kind of grandmother is that? Why did she return? Very odd. Another oddity. You all got some kind of money. You can travel up and down the highway with a messed up knee. And that's another thing. Your knee was messed up, Grandis. So why would you take a long drive up north from Knoxville to Chicago? It's about 6.5 hours. Wisconsin sits above Illinois. So what are you saying? It's a long drive for somebody to have their knee pinned back. Stay woke. No sane person would go and drive knowing their knee would be pinned back for 7-8 hours. And naturally, you'd have to get out, take a restroom break, refill your car up, stretch your legs. Grandis. Come on now. Is your knee really that messed up? Curious. Another oddity. We'll go back to the planting of the flowers. Cactuses and pots transfer from one to the other. It's really not planting flowers. Bullshit. Another lie. Discrepancy. However you want to look at it. Deception. Why have the children not been returned to you, Miss Bly and Mr. Wells? Queen's done her homework tonight about state laws. My. 15 out of 22 months, the state will go to the court to seek full custody of children if they are still in their care. So right now, you're in about what? Month 6, going to month 7. Your time is dwindling down, sir. Ma'am. Who places their children in the state's care because they feel somebody's going to do something to them that makes no sense? So basically what you're saying is you got it going on. You ain't worried about nobody cutting your throat, but you get your kids out of the house to go in the state's care. It makes no sense. Why not call one of your sisters? Call your daddy. You don't have any brothers? Nobody can take your children in? Everybody knows that if they took your kids, the first thing they're going to ask you is, do you have somebody that the children can be placed with? Stay woke. So I'm going to ask you, did you lie to the public and tell people on social media that you willingly placed your kids with the state for their safety? But yet a rumor says you didn't want to go drive. One of Candace's friends, if we're to believe this person, she didn't want to drive to see the kids. So who places their children with the state, but then won't take the drive to go see their own damn kids? Stay woke. The state took your damn kids. They realized they made a mistake. June 15th. Come on with it, Queen. And they had to right the wrong. That's how it's looking. Because nothing you all have said makes any sense about June 15th. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where is your ADT on your house? Where is the security gate to enter the property? Why didn't you have these things before June 15th? You live in the middle of nowhere. Let you tell it, children are getting snatched up left and right in Tennessee, around Chia. I don't know of any kids missing from around Chia. So what kids are you speaking of? And we know nobody went up that drive. The risk of breaking an ankle or a foot to steal a kid. but yet leave 3 behind. Not. So try again. Where is your ADT, sir? Why are you still living in a house where your child was abducted? Why would you feel safe to place your children in state's care, remain in the same house with no ADT system, beforehand, afterhand? Make it make sense. Wow. Can't make this stuff up. Do you still work for Tucker? Mr. Tucker, because we got discrepancies in that. One more oddity. He's telling the people out of North Carolina, investigative group, that he's complying with TBI and you no longer work for him. But yet I brought information from a news article from Virginia that you said you couldn't go to North Carolina to celebrate the child's birthday with some people you know there because you had to work. So once again, Mr. Wells, Candy, do you work for Mr. Tucker or not? Yes or no? What's the truth to the children being removed? Safety reasons or the state took your kids? Why don't you talk about why they were taken? Because I can believe their kids were taken. You never talk about the boys, ever. You're on everybody's YouTube channel, cussing people out, using the N-word, but you never say, let me talk to you about the boys, because it seems like to me that'd be just as important as somewhere else. Hey, let me tell you about the kids. They're growing, they're looking good, they're doing well, they're in school, yah. Such and such got a haircut, such and such is growing her hair out. Nothing typical that a parent would discuss with other people. Hey, let me tell you about my kids, what my kids are doing, how my kids are. Nothing, nada. Just woe is me. All y'all do is harass us, da. Well, we wouldn't harass you if you kept your mouth closed and shut up. That's your choice. I didn't send for you. You like this YouTube limelight? That's you and Candy. It has nothing to do with anybody else. It's a personal problem. Why don't you have an attorney? Ting! You're being harassed. Your house isn't safe. Yet you still live in the same house. Makes no sense. You don't have an attorney. People have been judging you, accusing you of harming your child, selling your child, sexually assaulting your child, yet you don't have an attorney. Because by now, an attorney would be doing the talking for you instead of you talking. And your attorney would tell you, don't talk, don't go on social media. Don't go to Dr. Phil, don't go to Pookieville, don't go nowhere. But yet, ting, all up on top of Dr. Phil. Why did you go there, Candy? Walk out. Another oddity. Go all the way to California to go walk off stage. Priceless. You don't have a lawyer because you know you can't run your mouth with a lawyer. The lawyer would tell you to be quiet. And you don't like being quiet, Donald Wells. You like talking. You like to be the center of attention. You want to be recognized. You want to finally get the due that you never got in your life. You're almost 60 years old and you feel underrated, devalued, unimportant. So when Summer went missing, allegedly, this was your 5 minutes of fame to be seen as somebody, the good Christian, the guy that turned his life around allegedly, but yet you didn't because you drank, you drunk, DUI. Another oddity. Why are you walking free? You should be violated. Why are you free, sir? You should be violated. Another oddity. You walked out of the courtroom after drinking and driving. No insurance for your vehicle and no valid sticker. Make it make sense. Why was the car not impounded? Another oddity, if true. Woo, Queen's on the road today. Everybody's still a suspect per TBI. Why is that? Another oddity. Why have the Wells not been removed as suspects from the disappearance of Summer Wells? I'll wait. Hey, Alex, I'll take guilty for $500. Because you're guilty. You should have been removed a couple weeks after the disappearance of your child. Come on now, let's just keep this real. Shouldn't even be a problem. You and Candace are still suspects. Why is that? The Tacoma truck, the infamous truck, debunked. Why is that? Another oddity. Somebody hollering about a scream, debunked. Why is that? Abduction. No proof to an abduction. Why is that? Another oddity. Possible that she wandered off and or foul play is on the table. Why did they wait that long to bring that out? 6 months into the storyline. Very strange. Why no new info? Another oddity. All these oddities. Is there anybody out there in the chat taking count? I just go 1 through 10. Get another sheet of paper, 1 through 10. I've named quite a bit. Yet Summer Wells is still missing. With all these oddities. Why did the search team go back to Beach Creek in November to search over the same area that they were in before? Very odd. All the places they could search from Kingsport to Rogersville, they go back to somewhere where they were before. Ting. Why? No pushback from the locals to stand outside and rally for Summer Wells. Why is that? Why did people wait months later to go run down there and fly down there to put their nose in something that didn't belong to them? But the locals never stood outside the driveway, stood at the Piggly Wiggly McDonald's. Where's Summer? Where's Summer? Don't you find that strange? The locals didn't even rally for Summer Wells, and they live there. Very, very strange. Make it make sense. Why are all these new people jumping out of clown cars 6 months into the investigation? You had nothing to say day 1, day 3, month 1 pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Now we've got Mr. Tucker talking, Fred talking, Jody Sue, Johnny Come Lately. We had Boy H, his mother. Oh my God, who else? Dudley. Now some guy saying that Don told him the child's buried here or there, check some cement walls. Oh, I'm running out of breath. You know, I'm a big girl. I can only hold on so long with all this huffing and puffing. Jesus, what is the problem? YouTubers getting involved. You've been talking about the story for months, and then you decide you want to come to Rogersville and Kingsport. For what? Do what? For what reason? Day late, dollar short. That's how I look at it. Why did you cut her hair? Another oddity. 1 minute she messed it up, so we had to finish it off. Then the next version was from Candace. Oh, she want to look like me. I don't care for hair. I cut my hair short like the boys, blah, blah, blah. So which is it? But then the rumor on the street, Pookieville land, oh, well, they got cooties, they got this. Well, the other kids had hair. So it can't be about cooties. So I don't listen to all that he said, she said stuff. Why did you cut Summer Wells' hair? Why take pictures of your children when they look dirty? That's another question I got. That's strange to me, odd. Who takes pictures of their children and they're dirty? What sense does that make? Post dirty pictures of your kids on social media. Nobody finds that odd, strange, peculiar? Okay. Once again, two different versions about cutting the child's hair. Different versions about the dispatch call. News channel of what actually happened June 15th. Let's talk to you, Allie. Why you let your son hang with this woman? If your son hadn't been talking to her, visiting her, you ain't been talking to her, visiting her, why on that day you gave him permission to go hang out with this almost 40-year-old woman? And Candace Bly, why did you call Boy H, text Boy H on that morning? For what reason? If you had not been talking to him, seeing him, visiting him. Allie, you didn't get along with her for whatever reason. You thought it was appropriate for her to hang with your child, but yet you go talk about her like a dog behind her back up on YouTube. Now, that's not nice. That's not nice at all. She was good enough to hang with and get high with and play hopscotch and twister with Jose. All of you all up there in October 2020. You slept in her house. You had to eat her food. Nasty ass house. You laid your big ass up in there. But then all of a sudden, you two ain't friends and you let your son go with her on a day the child goes missing. Ting, stay woke. I'm woke. Been woke. Something's not right with you, Allie. You got a nice looking kid. And I don't put blame on Hunter because he's just a kid. Kids are kids. I don't put stock into what they do, don't do. But something's off with you letting your child hang with this woman. Something's off with Candy calling to hang with the child. I believe she used Boy H as a ruse, a witness, an alibi for June 15th to get her kid gone. That's what I believe. Why didn't you tell Chris Madonna that you disagreed with everything that Boy H said in the interview? The only thing you said is that he had the places out of order. But other than that, you didn't say, hey, that conversation about a molester up there on the property, me and Don was talking, that never happened. You never said that. Why not? If Boy H is a liar, I don't know why he's lying on me. Why is it when you talk to Chris Madonna, you didn't say, hey, I don't agree with this, and this. All you said was he had the order wrong. So basically, whatever Boy H said in the interview with Chris Madonna is about 90% true. The drug dealing, the deleting of texts, you didn't say nothing about that. Hey, that's not true. I didn't delete any texts. He's lying. Hey, I wasn't talking to no dope dealer. He's lying. Hey, we don't got anybody hanging up on the property that's a drunk. Hey, nobody was up there on the property trying to touch the kids. Hey, I never had that conversation with Don. You never told Chris Madonna not one time any of that. Stay woke. Very, very strange. Very, very strange. No attorney. Walking off the Dr. Phil show. No security at your house. Why didn't you offer your kids to go stay with your family? I'm going to go back to that. We're going to dwell on that. Is it because you don't have any family? You really don't have any family, Candace or Don. Because that's the first thing the states would ask you. Is there somebody else that could take your child until we get this issue resolved at the house? So what I want to know is this. If you said you gave the kids over for safety reasons, what's the end game to get them back? When do you plan on getting them back? Because when is the house ever going to be safe? Still looks like a junkyard. The inside probably is no better than it was before. I don't give a damn about you putting up some rinky-tink gate up to that fucking cellar. It's not feasible to walk down those stairs. That whole floor needs to be cut into. You're going to use the downstairs. How about just adding on to the top floor? How about that? Put some walls up, drywall, and extend the house out like most normal people do. Just curious. And yet you still don't talk about your boys. Ever. Stay on YT. But yet you told everybody, I'm trying to live right, I'm going to church, blah, blah, blah. I shouldn't be doing this. You apologize for the DUI, but yet you're still talking to YouTubers. So how are you changing? Another oddity. You're trying to change your life, but yet you're still month for month talking to YouTubers, going up on people's panels, but you're trying to change your life. You're trying to do right. Another oddity. Where's the church? Why aren't you all rallying for Don and Candy? Kind of cowardly if you don't rally for people in public. Show support in public. We understand you've been scrutinized and nosy bees been poking around the church, which is disrespectful, sitting in the church, filming the church. Very disrespectful in the Lord's house. These people have no respect. But they're not church goers, so that's why they didn't care about filming. They don't believe in God and they don't believe in the sanctity of church. The house of the Lord is sacred. It's always been sacred. And you know not to go up in the Lord's house with foolishness. You know better. Your mammy and daddy taught you that as a child. So if you're a grown-up going in there filming, that means you don't give a damn about yourself, and you just don't give a damn about the church, and you don't give a damn about God. Not never. Where's the church? Why are you not speaking up? Hey, yeah, we're supporting them, but we don't want any problems. Don't come around the church. Don't bother us. Respect us. Just asking. What's the end game for getting the boys back, Don and Candace? Because we're now in February, and I already gave information that 15 months out of 22, the state will put in a bid to the court to have your rights terminated in the state of Tennessee. So how long is this dance going to go on with the boys? Did you turn over your rights to your children? Because it makes no sense to say you placed them there for safety and we're now in February and you don't have your kids back. Is it because you didn't comply with the stipulations to get your children back? Because something's not adding up with placing them with them. Usually when people place their children with the state, they have no intentions of getting their kids back. They gave their rights over. Stay woke. You lie a lot. And nothing you all have said has been, I believe, factual pertaining to June 15th and Summer Wells. So I'm not about to believe anything about placing kids to the state for safety. Nobody does that. People will take their children and place them with their family or move out of the area if they felt unsafe. They will not place their children with the state. Come on now. Stop the bullshit. If you want to donate to the channel, $ began you 129 Cash App. All super chats are welcome during the live. Thank you for joining me. Everything I mentioned are oddities pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Something ain't right. The fish is funky, sour, real sour. Let's talk about the state for a minute. Since everybody thinks they know so much about the state of Tennessee and the rules and regulations. This is by Sapling. If you need verification for the information. When a child support order is established, the non-custodial parent is legally obligated to pay any back or unpaid child support owed to a parent is referred to as a child support arrears. All states and statutes of limitations that define how long a creditor has to seek legal action for a debt. The statute of limitations for child support arrears in some state ranges from 10 to 20 years. However, the majority of states have no statute of limitations, which means there's no limit to how long a parent has to collect money owed. Child support payments can be terminated when the child reaches the age of maturity. This usually occurs at 18, but varies among states. For example, in Alabama, the age of maturity is 19. In Arizona, child support payments can stop at 18, but also can continue until the child finishes high school up to age 19. In New York and Mississippi, payments aren't terminated until the child turns 21 unless specified otherwise in the child support order. Now, last I remember, many moons ago, a parent was obligated to pay for a child up to 21 in the state of Tennessee if the child was attending school, college, trade. In most states, paternity must be established before the child is 18 years of old. If paternity isn't established by the time the child reaches 18, child support isn't due. However, there is no age limit to establishing paternity or child support in all states. For example, even after the child is 18, the parent can attempt to seek child support and retroactive payments for her child in California. The Arkansas and Idaho statute of limitations on enforcing child support arrears is 5 years past the age of 18. In New York, enforcement of child support arrears is limited to 20 years from the date of default. Indiana statute of limitations allows parents to collect back child support for 10 years after the child reaches the age of maturity. In many other states, including California, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Texas, there's no statute of limitations for collecting arrears. Every state has a child support department that provides child support establishment, enforcement services, custodial parents. The state's child support department also enforces any arrears until they are paid or until the statute of limitations expires. With the court's approval, a custodial parent may choose to give or waive child support arrears. That's just a little information about child support. And as I told you, if your child is placed in foster care, the parents are liable to pay the state money. The fine could be up to $50, 10 days in jail or more. Worst case scenario, you will get jail time lengthy if it's 3 months concurrent of non-payment child support. So you can go to jail. Let's see what else I've got in this database. Thank you all for joining me. Prayers for my mods. Prayers for Crystal Moore. Please pray for Crystal. It's a very dire situation going on pertaining to her child. So you all pray for her child, please, her adult child. I told her God's got this. We're going to lean on faith. And prayers for Rags and Kinsley Masters. Thank you all for joining me. A person who is held in contempt of court may face either civil or criminal liability for their failure to pay child support under the court's valid orders. Under Tennessee Code 299103, a person who is held in contempt of court may face up to a $50 fine, imprisonment for up to 10 days in jail. How far behind in child support before you go to jail in Tennessee? There's no set number of missed child support payments that will send a parent to jail. However, you are probably risking jail time if you miss 3 months of payments in a row. Typically, delinquent parents will only be sent to jail if they don't have a job to lose or are repeat offenders. Let's say that again. Typically, delinquent parents who will only be sent to jail if they don't have a job to lose or are repeat offenders. So if you got your job, more than likely, they won't send you to jail because they know if they send you to jail, you lose your job. And or if you're a repeat offender, they will gladly send you to jail. Thank you, CR. How much back child support is a felony in Tennessee? Also, non-support in Tennessee is a Class A misdemeanor, and flagrant non-support is a Class E felony. Flagrant non-support happens when a parent persistently fails to pay child support for 6 consecutive months or owes more than $1,000 in back child support. Can you go to jail in Tennessee for child support? Yes. If the court finds that the non-payment of child support was willful, the court can sentence the non-paying spouse to jail until payment is made or as punishment. Yes, I noticed that with somebody in the summer. They obviously had to pay the due bill of what they owed to the state of Tennessee before they could be released from jail. And they sat in jail a couple of months last summer with non-payment of state child support. Let's see what else I can find here. Thank you all for joining me. Parents deemed to be violating existing child support orders are considered in contempt of the court. In Tennessee, the parent found to be in contempt may be ordered to pay the fees for the other parent's attorney. This can also include any fines given, and they can spend up to 6 months in jail. Now, naturally, this is when it's parent for parent. But in this situation, these people will be paying their monies to the state. The children in the state's care, they have to pay child support. That's the law. Let's see. Thank you all for joining me. I'm just trying to pull up everything I can find pertaining to this situation. As I said, there are a lot of oddities with this story. I've named just about 50, 60 oddities pertaining to June 15th with the Wells, many lies and deceptions. And if you need a replay, you need to go back to the beginning of this video where I name all those said things. I'm possibly leaving out some things, but I tried to backtrack to the very beginning from the moment she left the house. And it's just so many to name. But everybody's pondered over the milk jugs because Chris Madonna wore that out. I believe all that was orchestrated. I believe the disappearance of Summer Wells was orchestrated. I believe the placement of the milk on top of each other, which is an odd way to stack up milk, was orchestrated. That was a staged picture, video for June 15th. There's a 3 to 3.5 hour window where this woman refuses to tell anybody where she was and what she was doing. So I'd like to know, what did you tell law enforcement what you were doing? Because it doesn't add up. If you got home after 3 o'clock, how does you wake up making a phone call at 6:27, 6:29, whatever the time is, to the dispatch? Doesn't add up. What were you doing in that 3 hour window, 3 hour plus window? Did you even bring the child home? The issue with the milk. Some of us believe the milk never made it home. That's why Chris Madonna wore it out about the milk. Perhaps it's spoiled because you were out taking care of dirty business with Summer Wells. Did you dress her in those clothes to send her off to somebody else, hand her off? I don't know, but it's odd. Because it seems like to me, you know your child, you know you don't like air conditioning, and if your child got cold coming out the water, you would have already had her dressed in regular clothes the morning of. So she wouldn't have needed to change at H's house. She could have changed at the swimming hole. What's the difference? Nobody's watching. You said you picked that place for a reason, because it's secluded. So the bathing suit could have been under some clothes. Stay woke, everybody. Put the bathing suit on before leaving the house. Put a shirt over the bathing suit and put pants on top of the bathing suit. Get to the swimming hole. Take off the pants, the shirt, whichever, jacket, voila, bathing suit. See, y'all don't pay attention. See, you always got to think. At what point did you decide that you want to go from fishing to swimming? Yes, and they can take your tax returns too. Yes, exactly. Any money owed to the state for anything, fraud, whatever, child support, yes, they will claim your tax returns. You could have dressed your child before you left the house. You wanted to go swimming. But let you tell it was spur of the moment when you called H. You were bored. You was in Kingsport already. Hey, let me call this 15-year-old. We're going to go over here to the swimming hole while we do this, this, and this. Still, something's odd. Something's off. The story's off. And I don't believe anything that's been said by Candace. Summer, you talking about me. See, that's what you all don't seem to understand. When you go around repeating what they said, you seem to forget the most important part of the story. These people are the ones who were last seen with the child. So repeating what they said happened on June 15th makes no sense to repeat it. Because everything about the story is coming from Candace. And she has shown deception. She has shown no emotion. And that's oddity number one. You have shown no emotion for your child, day one. No crying, day one. No heartfelt stories, day one, about your child. That's the main oddity. You have been devoid of emotion about Summer Wells. And that speaks volumes with law enforcement and outsiders. So any scrutiny you got from the public, you brought on yourself, because you showed the world you did not care for your child or your other children. And the fact that you would let Chris Madonna walk up in your house or your property and show your house showed me everything I needed to know about you and Donald Wells, that you've never cared for yourselves and you never cared for your children. That's sad information. Thank you all for joining me. One moment, please. Hold on one second, you guys. The panel is now open for discussion. Thank you. I already mentioned that about the rest, honey. The whole case is off. Next week, allegedly Donald Wells attends court for the DUI charge from late October 21. We will see what happens. I'm praying that he is arrested and possibly the truth will come out to the whereabouts of Summer Wells. It's time for somebody to sit out of the way. And possibly somebody will get scared and start talking. It's time. Thank you all for joining me. And happy Black History Month. Amen. He should be arrested for violating probation. He's left free. We know something is fishy. Yes. You're welcome, Divine. Thank you so much. I can't believe Candace thought her home was good enough to have it videotaped. Yes. Come back up. What you doing? I just saw you up here. He jumps off like old Jackrabbit. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion pertaining to the oddities of June 15th to Summer Wells. I've named about, Lord have mercy, I can't keep count. Putting on these little note papers is daunting. Jesus help us. He'd probably be put on house arrest. Interesting. Why the BS picks a summer dungeon on Dr. Phil, but they couldn't make the dungeon makeover when Summer was living there? Why? Well, that's the point. It's that they didn't care in the first place. That's why I've always said that in my commentary. They never cared about their children. They never cared about themselves. See, that's what people don't seem to understand. Self-preservation is first. You are before anybody, before your kids, your family, dog, cats. Now, some of you will put your cats, dogs, kids before yourself. But the point is, if you don't care about yourself, you can't care. You cannot care for other people. It is highly impossible. There's no such thing. You can't take well of somebody else. You don't take care of yourself. You have to like yourself to take care of yourself. That's common sense. So you can't take care of a kid, a baby, a goldfish. You don't do well taking care of yourself. These people have shown they don't take care of themselves. We will see what happens next week. Lord have mercy. I pray for a miracle. I mean, I'm already prepping this week for the birthday for Summer. Join me Friday to have a little, I don't know if I'm going to go live, but I will see. But I'm already planning something for her birthday. Hello, Rags. How are you? Thank you. Where's who done it? She must be asleep. Summer Wells will be 6 years old on Friday. Lord have mercy. No sight of her. No, nothing. This is very tragic. I never thought this case would go this long without a suspect, arrest, whereabouts to the child, either alive or deceased. But now to go into a new year and she has a birthday, this is just ridiculous to me. Okay, how you doing, baby? Thank you, who done it? I just hope the 7th of February, the judicial system sees DW separate from CB. She'll fold like a cheap piece of clothing. I can't believe how disturbing actions are running free scares me. Yeah, well, this is the world that we live in. See, that's why I was trying to tell people. Like somebody was in the chat last night, trying to come with that old kumbaya stuff. Look, this is the real world. Some people don't want to acknowledge that we live in a cruel world. It's not to say to be nasty to people. It's not to say walk around scared of people. It says you need to be leery that everybody is not nice. Everybody is not your friend. Everybody does not mean you well. I don't say go out here and chop up people's heads and chew people up to be nasty, but you need to be leery of everybody you meet. And the news is exemplary of an evil world. All these people you're seeing being arrested for killing people, killing their kids, torturing themselves, other people, that's not an accident. They're not just going to jail because they're bored. They're not getting the death penalty because they're bored. The judge says, well, yeah, okay, I'll give you the death penalty. I ain't got nothing better to do. No, somebody felt you deserving of that. This is a sick world we're in. And you cannot trust people. There are people in the cemetery because they trusted somebody, possibly like this child. She trusted these people to take care of her, look after her, care for her. They did not do a good enough job while she was here, while the boys were here. It's obvious. They didn't care for their kids. And I find it strange that these nimwits wouldn't even think to go place their children with their family if indeed they felt the children weren't safe at 110. So you gonna go give your kids to the state and you gonna go stay there and don't think somebody wouldn't come up the driveway and blow your damn brains out. That don't even make no damn sense. You're out in the middle of nowhere. Anybody right now, it's dark 30 here in East Tennessee. Just ride up the driveway and go up there and push that damn door in and lay everybody on the floor. Blow their brains out, come back out the drive and go out, won't nobody know nothing. Because these motherfuckers are too cheap for ADT, drywall, bathroom, stove. You think they're going to pay for a security system? Hell, you don't even put a sticker on your car. This is the cheapest place to live in America, and you won't even pay for a sticker, for a tag on your car? You won't even pay insurance on a truck that you drive every day to work. Stay woke. These people don't care about nothing. Hey, Christina, how you doing? Don't care. Never cared. Why do you think people move to this state? Because it's pretty here in East Tennessee. The weather is milder. We don't get a lot of heavy snow. We don't have a lot of taxes like other states. It's cheaper living. Now, there are parts of Tennessee that might be a little more expensive. The Nashville area naturally would be more expensive than here. East Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee area. But nowhere is it expensive like New York, California, Washington State, Connecticut, Florida. Those are the most expensive states in the union. California, Connecticut, New York, Florida. We are nowhere near those states in living costs. Amen. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing tonight? Sounding good?
Did I give it up?
You gave it all up. You didn't leave nothing for me to comment on.
Girl, let me tell you something.
You covered it all.
I watched that live.
I did too.
I said that, man. I couldn't stop laughing. I said, honey, you need to go to the comedy club just to leave YouTube alone. Give YouTube up. Just give it up.
Give it on up.
Just give it up.
Well,
oh my God, that was a good live.
It was a good live. It was fun. It was fun to do. But you know what I love too is it's also thought provoking. Add a little laughter, a little fun to it. Kind of makes it easier to, makes it more palatable, really.
Yes. AB, I saw you down there. I saw you come up and you jump back down. I don't know what happened, but you are welcome to hit the link.
Where's the man, AB? Yeah.
I saw him come up, but before I could hit the button, he popped back down.
Well, AB, it's not like him to hide.
What do you think about all the things I mentioned that I could remember? I wrote down a lot of things before I went live so I could try to remember. And a lot of stuff I didn't even remember. It just started coming to me as I was speaking of other stuff. Anything you want to touch on? I mean, there's so many things. It's like there's just so many things that's odd from day one that don't add up. I mean, everything from the very moment she got up out of bed. You understand what I'm saying? Who done it? Oh, God, don't tell me your internet's acting up. Hit the link, you guys, if you want to give your opinion pertaining to the oddities of June 15th. One thing I'd like to say, that portrait that's circulating on social media is a disgrace. As I said at the beginning of this live, whoever drew that picture of Candace, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know damn well that's not Candace, and you did that deliberately because you know she doesn't look good. Come on, let's keep it real. That was ridiculous to me. Those other renderings of the children, Don Wells, were good renderings, but the one of Candace, we all know Candace don't look like that. I don't know why in God's name you would do that. You all are just doing some janky stuff out here that just, I mean, I don't understand your mindset. I just don't understand your mindset. I'm still here, dear. Oh my God. Sick. Thank you for joining me. Oh, there he is. He's not connected, I think. What happened?
Hold on. I'm changing my earpiece up. I can't hear you.
Oh. Thanks for joining us.
Just 1 second.
That's fine. Listen to somebody said, Miss K, what part of that house was good? That's the truth. You know what? Are you here with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Listen, somebody uploaded a video. I put it on my community page the other day. I'm telling you, it was very thought-provoking because you just get to sit there, no noise, no disruptions. Look at all the photos of the Wells property and inside. I mean, you really just sit and look and say to yourself, what the hell am I looking at? These people are living like this with these kids. This is crazy.
Yep.
So what you got to say?
It's like a coop. It's a coop. It's like a big old chicken coop in there. Everything's every which direction.
Please stop.
I don't know what to say about it. Like,
it's scary to me.
In my mind, because it's Summer Wells, I think about how it is not conducive to a little girl growing up there. That's what bothers me the most. It seems that the boys have the rule of the roost and it all hangs out in the kitchen there, whatever. I mean, so it's small, but at least organize it a little bit so you can separate yourself from noise and so on. There isn't a whole lot of privacy there, and that's probably
I gotta stop talking about this because I was riding down the highway today. I was in a rural place. And I was looking to the right of the road, and there was a Caucasian child with platinum blonde hair. I could just see to the side of me.
Shit.
Yeah, I know. The child was in the front of the house, and naturally I can't just stop because it's the highway. So, but I'm looking over like that's what struck me was the hair, and I thought, man, something just told me, why don't you just go back,
have a little look?
Yeah, go back and look. But hell, you have to be careful just riding and sitting in front of somebody's property.
Googling at their kids. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. Could you do it covertly and take a picture and then analyze it later, maybe?
Damn, I don't even think I can remember the house because I was going down the highway. But it just, it just made me stop and think. Like, that's the first thing that grabbed my attention was the hair.
So next time that happens, you have your phone, hit the record button, put it up against the passenger side window, drive back.
Okay.
And get it all in record. Hopefully you get a picture and then you can at least look at it later.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And then it kind of looks like
scares me is that some people in the chat last night were saying that they think that this is a hoax. And that would be the ultimate betrayal of this whole scenario, because imagine if indeed we are talking about a child that's living and the child is somewhere in America with whom I don't know, and they've just been doing this for what reason? Because how much money could you have gotten in a mass? Because that's probably a stupid question. But what would be the end game in it being a hoax?
The motivation behind it.
If it's a hoax,
that's I think about that, and I don't know. The only thing that I can think about is that it's gotten out of hand and they're so terrified to kind of go back. They've just trying to be carrying this out for as long as possible and deal with it as it comes.
But what would be the reason? Would it be to get the reward money? Somebody come forward to say they found her? They're just not going to hand over that money. Because with Cal City, the people who donated the money with Cal City, those people had a stipulation and they can do that because it's their money.
Right.
Some people want a conviction. It wasn't just going to be, oh, here are the little boys. Oh, here's your check.
Exactly.
Court, all that.
I don't think that there's easier ways for these two to get money than to plan a hoax.
Okay.
I guess, well, in my mind. So when we say hoax, it is a bit of a hoax because they're lying on the fact that Summer is missing and they think that it's somebody else when we think that it is, or we're suspicious of it, being them. Primarily being responsible, and they have not still to this day acknowledged any of that. They should be more than happy to. They should be more than happy to acknowledge any suspicions. I'm not saying that it's probably appropriate at all points in time, but enough time has passed where obviously some things, well, again, they complain about the blowback on social media, but provide some examples. They don't. They just like to use that as an excuse. It lacks any substance behind that.
Well, let me ask you this, because everybody for the past couple months have gone on and on about that damn milk. Do you think Chris Madonna has been told something by law enforcement about the milk?
I don't really have any way to know that.
Mm-hmm.
I just
I'm just going by what he said in the interview.
Yeah, but the way that he carries on in the interview, I would say that he's not in contact with the TBI or anything like that. But because of, listen, and everybody out there, that particular day in question, June 15th, you can picture it all in your mind and lay it out in your mind and imagine it like a timeline. And part of, that's all that Chris McDonough was doing. There was a lot off about that particular photo. And in my mind, he was just going through one of the obvious factors of testing.
Because remember, he said something to him, to H. He said, now they may want to ask you. And I thought,
they're going to, he says, I'll guarantee you they're going to want to follow up on that. Well, it was because Hunter didn't give him a very thorough or direct answer in regards to that. And I believe that
I don't think he cared. I think he's like a kid. He didn't care. You know what I mean? He's a boy.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at it. Yeah. So, I mean, you can't fault Chris for asking.
I know, but it just seemed like he kept going on and on. I kept thinking, well, damn, does he know something about the milk? Tell us. This is what some of us were thinking. Maybe the milk didn't make it to 110.
The milk, see, a little juicy tidbit. The milk is something that Donnie likes to coat his stomach. He likes
because you're drinking.
Milk. Well, whatever's wrong with his tummy, or he thinks is wrong with his tummy, it's probably something that develops over the
he's got an ulcer.
Substances he abuses.
I think milk is for an ulcer, is it not?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it could be
interesting.
That they were. I don't know. It was milk, but who stacks milk like that?
See, that's when they chopped that up last night in the live. I had to think about that for a minute because I missed that all these months. I said, you know what? That's right. Who would stack that up like that? They're heavy. That's usually something you put in the floorboard.
Yeah, they're really heavy. They're you've
got we got two people sitting in the back.
Carry one hand. So
interesting.
So then Hunter talks about. He doesn't remember about how he doesn't know how those jugs got situated like that because he was holding on to the jugs of milk, wasn't he? Earlier, or he had moved them.
I can't remember. I had to go back.
I'd have to go back too, but he can't recall, and that was, of course, why we're sitting here speculating at this point in time. I do think at this point in time. I'm highly suspicious that picture and the way that it went down, picture/video, the 309, has a lot to do with having evidence, as part of a plan to cover the track afterwards.
And that's something I forgot to mention too, is an oddity: deleting stuff off the Facebook after 6 o'clock.
Yes, that specifically what you mentioned, that little picture. So you're in my mind, no matter what it is, no matter what the reason was, you were active in trying to create a portrayal at that particular point in time. For what reason? So I then asked Candace what her reasoning is, and I'll tell you, Candace never, or I should say never say never, but she's seemingly unable to articulate or express herself in an appropriate manner, in a way that demonstrates deception rather than incompetence or not having the ability.
Photo of the kids were in the kitchen, because that's a picture that was uploaded on that day. And that picture shows her in the kitchen. So it's got so is that an older picture she uploaded, or is that a picture of that day? So that's when people started thinking, well, no, she's alive. She's alive after 6 o'clock, after 6:09 or so. Because there's a picture she uploaded.
That too. Yes. So because of just a fraction, she had Summer in the picture. I think it was just a leg of Summer's, but it was her son from a previous time, earlier in I guess the year, in his dirt bike outfit, and that was the one that was deleted.
The one where all the kids are in the picture, and it's just a half a picture of her showing her arm, leg, or something.
Right.
So see, that's what I was leery months back. Like, why this photo? What are you trying to tell us?
Yeah, that you can at this point in time, it's easy to speculate what it is, but it is sketchy. It always has been sketchy.
It was an older picture due to her clothing and background.
Maybe, I guess, if she had to put up a defense, she could say, I was trying to get pictures up there of Summer, and it was an accident. It was just uploading because I was scared. I don't know, but what it would do in my mind is establish, along with the timeline that happened, as something that had occurred that she's going to want to account for. And then in your mind, you should be able to work off of that particular time. And, that triggers off. Yeah, just before that, I did this. And then just before that, I did this and this.
That's the thing nobody drilled her on, because she tried to act like she wasn't good with time. But you can't explain the 3+ hour window, because if you got there after 3, let's say, you can't explain making a phone call to the dispatch at almost 6:30. Then what were you doing in all those hours?
Right. And let's not forget the way that she explains it to Chris McDonough at this point in time, where she says that as soon as she went down in that basement,
yes,
and looked under the covers, she reacted. She screamed bloody murder. That's highly suspicious at this point in time, because it doesn't fit the scenario as a parent who was legitimately trying to track down a child who was supposed to be in their bedroom. You would go start, inward and outward. You were probably getting panicky when she wasn't on the property, and you pick up your phone and call 911 if you were sure that she is somewhere not in the vicinity. I have a hard time believing, as a responsible parent myself, that you could ever rule out, if you were genuine in this, you could ever rule out that she just wandered off. That is
and
absolutely.
She could have. I can say that she couldn't have.
Well, they don't even address that. They don't even consider that. They never have.
Yeah, it's just
an adamant bypass that. And yeah, she was abducted, and that's the way.
But he said, she wouldn't do that. She's not the kind of girl. That's the same old bullshit they said. The father said about Camille McKinney down in Alabama. She ain't the type of girl to go with nobody, but she did go with somebody. They got it on camera.
Every kid, a kid is a child. Is a child. Is a child. Is a child.
Yes, a child. Yes, yeah. Candy. You dropping Candy alone? What child is not going to pick up Candy?
Just because she's not that kind of child at 5, you might think that, but that's not a responsible parent's response. A responsible parent would acknowledge the fact that we have to keep telling our children and teaching them over a long period of time to mold them into the right forms, not just tell them and it happens. It doesn't work like that.
Steve Mama has a great point. There's always a first time. Exactly. It's a first time for everything. To make a mistake, go somewhere you ain't got no business, getting in somebody's car you ain't got no business, letting somebody come in your house. Everybody's done it. You've done something.
That's what I say every time that the Wells or Bly try to claim something new.
Yeah.
There's a first time for everything. It's like one of them would be them telling the truth in this circumstance, because they have not demonstrated anything close to the truth. Everything that they have said, and I mean every single thing, in the first 2 to 3 weeks have turned out to be a fucking lie. And the only thing that I have left to say is, how long before you close the fucking book on this case, TBI?
I just can't understand how, at this point, and I understand it's about preservation, but we are human beings. Why at this juncture you don't give us anything?
Either they don't have shit.
See, that's what I was thinking too. Oh my God, wouldn't that be bad? Oh my God,
that's real bad to be in this fucking position and being embarrassed by Don and Candace, laughing at the TBI because Ronnie Lawson and company got caught with their pants down and not questioning them properly. They really fell for this Keystone Cops or Three Stooges scene with Candace carrying out. Have you seen what's happening locally when parents say that their children just disappeared? They take them by the ear and put them in a chair until they figure out what is going the fuck on. Yeah. And that has not happened in this circumstance.
Shit about kids missing around here. Ain't no kids missing around here.
That I've got to put on Ronnie Lawson. Why he doesn't have his face in theirs, I will never know.
Well, let me ask you something. Next week, allegedly, he's supposed to go to court. Do you think he'll be let go? Because I took a poll last night.
Yes.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, you do?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Tell me why.
Because that is in my now the only reason, and I might be a little biased, but in my opinion, in my experience, things like this happen in Tennessee not just because it's different, and they treat things and they're a lot less harsh on DUI up here. And in certain states, they would have thrown the fucking book at them. It's zero tolerance. Tolerance.
I'm telling you, this state is known for DUIs. I'm telling you.
It seems like crazy. They don't have a zero tolerance stipulation in Tennessee. So, I mean, technically, you can talk yourself
in and out of jail.
Yeah, out of it. And I think they'll let him go. They let criminals in that state run around free all the fucking time, and that's a big problem. The recidivism rate, and I hate to throw that on Tennessee because it's a great place, but it seems that these crazy fucking things are happening in certain areas.
It's not a lie; it's the truth that people bond out and then go back out, get behind the wheel of their car once they get out of jail. They know they don't have a license. They know, I've never seen.
And then people ask themselves, how could have this could have been prevented?
Yeah.
Well, you rethink how your bond system works. And that's not for everybody. It's state by state, and there's so many states.
Yeah.
But in certain circumstances, and this is one of them that's really disappointing me, because it's not allowing for it. It allows for a greater compensation for those who are trying to fuck over the system to get away with what it is that they're doing. And there is a recipe, and it's being shown to you by Don. These people are getting away with it. You don't have to be smart. You just have to shut your mouth, stick to your story, and leave them to make the mistakes in their professional job. And you can slide through.
Well, people have been saying this in the chats for a while. Somebody's got it in here now. I think Don is a snitch. What do you think about that?
I think that goes with the territory, that the type of lifestyle that he lives. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because I don't see a person who lives a lifestyle of getting high talking about people selling dope and drugs. That really is a typical snitch.
Well, he's a grand manipulator. If you listen to the Dudley Age and that whole throwing mud on the brand new window scenario, when he described that situation on the job site, I thought, I knew the type of individual that Don was and what he was trying to get away with. That's the Don Wells that people need to see. And
does he still work for Tucker? Because there's some discrepancies there.
There's a lot of claims saying that Tucker doesn't want to have anything to do with him. I'm sure that's just a temporary thing. Like, it would be difficult for all the problems that heels on the ground we're creating. You don't want that sort of attention. He's then a liability, and it's out of his control. But so, I mean, Don's probably still able to get work. He just has to do it a different way. You just have to.
2,000 drug giveaway. Somebody need to explain that to me.
Hi, Sean J.
Hello.
Hi, Queen.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. This is Sean from Virginia.
Virginia. How are you?
I'm good. I wanted to add to your list of oddities.
So many.
Queen, I'm so tired of this mess. When she was telling what happened when they got home, how they did the plants and the flowers, and then she walked Summer over to the house and yelled at the boys, "Watch the boys."
Yeah,
doggone well she did not do that.
Yeah, well, all that, because remember last night, I don't know if you watched my live last night, when she does this, Summer. Oh my God, I could just take her head. Lady, are you serious? That is so made up. Oh my God, it's like listening to a little kid lie.
Exactly, it just sounds so scripted. It's
like a grade 5 story. You know, like when you try to write a story for an essay.
Yes.
Why do you have to insert these particular lines here? Because your mind needs that compensation to make up more lies, or analyze the situation.
Really sick. It's really sick. When I first heard her say that, I said, "Man, this lady's lying, man."
It just sounds like a lie. It's like, oh my gosh,
And the candy, when she's sitting there with Don talking outside, and she says, "And Grandma gave her a piece of candy." I thought, man, lady, are you really gonna do this? Are you really gonna do this, lady?
Yes, yes. Hopefully they'll wrap him.
She's thinking it aloud. That's why she's not talking. You know how people talk? They just talk. You can tell she's thinking it and she's speaking it as she's thinking it. And that's when you know the person is lying, because they're not just spitting it out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You are so right.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness. Yeah. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that, you know, we're talking and we're looking at videos, we're waiting and anticipating. I just hope that the police are quietly doing their job, just like they did with the
because you have to admit, like Earhart said, that lady said, and she's telling the truth about people disappearing in general. After 3 hours, that's just a known fact. I don't care if you're an adult. After 3 hours, your chances of survival are dwindling down after 3 hours of a kidnapping.
Yes. Yep. That's right.
I don't care if you're a child or an adult.
That's right.
And she said after a couple of days, we would know something about this child. We have nothing.
Right.
Now, what is that to say? Nothing. We have nothing.
Nothing.
Man, I just feel like it's orchestrated. I really do.
Right.
If they say that they have no fucking leads,
that was in the beginning.
That tells me that they didn't really question the parents well enough.
In the beginning, you're saying?
In the beginning.
Okay.
Because at this point in time, they could try as hard as they want to ignore social media, but when you hear those things in the mainstream media, you know, like his DUI, the assaults, just his off behavior, and that's all you go on. You still have to have questions. But what is it they're waiting for? They've questioned them several times. Well, guys.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I also think, just like Barry Morphew, it took them a year to get that. Then next thing you know, he was under arrest. It was just bam. He was under arrest. I just think if they're doing their job, they're holding that stuff close to their vest. And much as we want to know, I just pray that that's what they're doing.
Well, then here's the question then to you: who would be in a position to press charges, and for what? Would it necessarily come directly from the DA's office through Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, or would it come more legitimately through the TBI?
That's a good question.
Because the TBI would be the ones who were focused on the investigation happening in the background all along. Ronnie Lawson would be primarily responsible for the search for the child. And we all know that search was all for nothing. Mm-hmm. The only thing that we got out of that search is that we didn't find Summer, that she wasn't out there. So it's good that it happened, but
do you think this case is bigger than a missing child? This is what Mrs. TM is asking in the chat.
Nope. No.
Really? No. Everybody likes conspiracies. I've learned that about people since I've been on social media.
Well, not yet. I don't like. I mean, it very well could be, but do I at this point? I do not think so, because just simply by the way that Candace Wells continues to
too suspicious for somebody that's supposed to be so concerned, and then all that woe is me, weren't you concerned about me? But have fun, you're not the subject. We trying to help you find your kid. You're the one talking about your kid missing, so why am I supposed to be concerned about what the fuck you're going through? You're the one.
She's playing games. She plays these little mind games on the go,
and that's why she's not slow. There's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing wrong with her, because when you got calling people, pretending that somebody took your husband, man, you are aware of everything that you're doing. You are aware.
A lot of game. Definitely. And Quinn, you brought up something the other day. I wasn't listening to the live last night, but I don't know, it was one of your pre-recorded ones, but you mentioned how when they go on all of these 10,000 different YouTube channels, they're not even talking about the other children.
No, ever.
I was like, wow. And I had to right. They never
talk about them.
Yeah, it's just there's so many little things, and by the time you start writing down all those little oddities, you can have about 16 legal pages.
Yeah, you run out of paper. I'm already off these little post-it notes.
It's just
my son looks good. This son looks good. His hair is long. His hair is short. He got a new haircut. He's doing this. He's doing good in school. He's doing good with art. Nothing.
Zip.
We don't even know where they are. We don't really know how they're doing. You know what I'm saying? You don't tell us nothing. Just talk about you and Candy. What's wrong with you all? What we're doing to you? Oh, we're so cruel and we're so mean.
Yeah.
6 months is a considerable amount of time to be in care this way.
Yeah.
Why are they not reunited as of yet?
Because I believe, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I refuse to believe you placed your kids with the state because you feared their safety at that house when you are still at that house. So basically you're saying,
we know that's going to be inaccurate. That's Dawn's claim.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Right. And that's the whole point. They're the ones spinning the versions of everything. So there's no way I'm going to believe nothing that comes out of their mouths because first of all, the state is always going to ask you, do you have family? They don't want your kids. A lot of people think the state wants your kids. They don't have nowhere to put them. So why would I want your kid?
It's a burden. Having a child is a burden.
Yes. And it's really a burden when they don't belong to me and I got to place them somewhere. I got to go find somebody to take this kid. Oops, I'm sorry, three if I want to try to keep them together.
Right.
Not that the Wells would know, but it takes money to raise children.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't apply, they don't use that.
This is true. So imagine 3 boys. I want to try to keep them together if I'm a caring social worker. Hey, do you have a brother, sister?
Yeah.
Take your children in instead of us keeping them? What was the answer? Because I know they asked, because every worker is going to ask that. Do you have family that can take your kids in? That's why I know that's bullshit that you would place your kids there. Because the first thing they would have said is, oh, you ain't got no brother, sister, mama, grandmama? Come on now.
Right.
Nobody.
Dawn's got an extensive family network.
What'd you say, AB?
Dawn's got an extensive family. You think he's...
That's what I'm saying. That's why this is so bizarre. That you...
Well, instead of stepping up, let's not remind the people, instead of stepping up, what did the family do? They stepped forward and came forward with allegations directly to the TBI before they came to the public, which is something dissimilar to what Dawn Wells would do, and talked about their early childhood experiences of SA by the hands of Dawn Wells.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish somebody would clarify, and I know they can't do this because the children are still living. That's how I look at it. That's the only time the state ever really reveals anything. It's possible when the damn kids are dead. I really want to know why the kids weren't taken on the 15th. But like this social worker told me, that is not a reason for us to take the kids because the house is unkempt. That's just not a reason.
So, can I give you an interpretation into that? What I think?
Yeah.
In that. So when in this circumstance, there's probably going to be a little bit of a cusp because it is a situation which is gaslighted. It's been framed, or so we are suspicious of or allege, that it takes time for the local law enforcement and the heads to determine what is really going on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? In spite of an already investigation into that family.
But see, what don't make no sense is everybody want to ride on whoever brought that information out about the CPS reports of this, and this. If you check the database, if you're an officer, you would have known CPS were investigating them for whatever reason. If that is true, why in the world would you then leave 3 kids behind? See, that makes no sense to me. Because everybody wants to ride on that. Oh, it's SA. Oh, it's this. Oh, okay, well, let's say it was true. Then you willingly left 3 children behind, assuming what?
Okay.
Nobody would molest them?
Well, if in that regard, all it would take is a judge's signature. Now, let's put ourselves back going.
That's why I said it's something off with that shit about that the report, the DHS report, whoever uploaded to YouTube.
Every step of the way,
see that.
We had no real reason to believe otherwise, although we were suspicious. They kept the front up that she was a missing child, and that really took off. That all those, so I'm sure that you're not going to go in there right away. You have to really.
But I'm saying if there was
the legitimacy of the circumstance.
There's no way you want me to believe when they went to the house and they didn't check a database to see if these people had any dealings with DHS and or an open investigation. That's what I'm saying. If indeed you check, when you check.
If you were the cops, you would think I would be. Everybody's still a suspect. That's what Ronnie Lawson.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So when you check the database with DHS, if they had any type of improprieties or any type of investigation, that'd be the first thing I'd be doing.
I would think that Ronnie Lawson is well known to the DHS around there, and they're all they all talk off and on. So this would have been kind of if you're an outside observer, it would have been hard on Ronnie Lawson's side to, on one side of his mouth, he's trying to justify the reason and more money to be out there. On the second one, you can't really rightly say that. I think that the parents are lying or they're full of shit. We have to finish off the job one way or the other and do an extensive, thorough search here. Okay. He has his hands full with that.
Okay. But I'm just saying, like, I thought you would check with DHS, just the database, just to see if there were any calls of anything. You see what I mean? As a backup.
I know what you mean. And what I think you're trying to push it in the lens of, and I'm going to answer it, shitty police work or shitty investigative work right away. That's where I'm going. It
was shitty police work because you come back in
right away
later off of what Don is saying, and we know we can't believe nothing he says because he makes up stuff. So there's no way.
You and I could have walked on that, like Scully and Mulder on the FBI walked in there and said, "What in the actual fuck is going on?" I'd have to relieve Ronnie Lawson right away. You finish out what you were here to do.
Let me tell you
something. But as far as questioning these two, I'll take over.
I knew something wasn't right with him when he made the statement about the first time the YouTubers went down there and Candy filed a report, and he decided out of all times to speak, well, she can, and she feel like the blah, 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 they did this, this, this. Why do you need to say something all of a sudden? See, I found that bias right there. All this time, you ain't been saying nothing. Now, all of a sudden, you want to tell us that
he's more
Candy can do it. If she felt violated, yeah, she can press charges.
Right.
We already know that. We don't need you to tell us that. We already know that. That just seemed odd to me.
Yeah, I want to know too. I don't know whether they can say or not because Candace and Dawn aren't going to say anything of whether when they were questioned, how many times they went down there and
thank you. You don't ever talk about that. Because everybody says that in the chat. Oh, they need to question them. I'm like, yo, come on, stop this. You know damn well they've had to question these people. These people will be stupid not to have had these people down in their office 1, 2, 3, 4 times. He never says, oh, by the way, I had to go back down there. He would never want you to know that.
Right.
He would never want you to know how many times they have been questioned.
Yeah. How did they separate them? Like that's the first
thing.
They're
going to separate you. They're never going to let you be in the same room. Never.
Yeah.
Never. Everybody knows that's the rule of thumb. You never.
So what happens then if you get them into the questioning from their perspective? If you get them down and question them and end up you have to let them go, it's very difficult at this point to set a trap and have them continue to work around that mousetrap. So in a sense, you're doing more damage from the investigator's standpoint to give yourself away. You're almost better off to wait and really preserve the integrity of the investigation. But that has a whole nother meaning because you can't rightly do what it is that you want to do right away. And I'm trying to understand all the reasons that could possibly be in this circumstance. I really am trying.
How many times you think Candy and Don have been down to the interrogation room?
Past the first few days?
In general?
2 to 3 times.
Okay. What about you, Sean?
And I would think that that's just to Ronnie Lawson's office. I would, and that was just early on.
I can't.
I would say maybe 2 times.
2 times. Okay.
Right.
All the stuff that's come out on YouTube, and I'm sure they watch because Ronnie Lawson let that be known that they do keep up with the social media accounts and stuff. Do you think they've called them back recently in the past couple of months?
I hope so.
I don't
really,
think they have.
Really?
Yep. I don't at all.
Why?
Other than to check in, because I think everything is being left up. The children are out of there's no real reason. I'm going to be honest with you. These agencies usually rely on the parents being active and engaged on a legitimate level. If they don't come and do things for you. You have to ask for their help in certain regards. They just don't, unless you're guilty, which is kind of where we're getting at with this. But they don't really put forth an effort that they should. And
well, how about this? When Johnny Come Lately decided to tell everybody here lately about Boy H, his son, not wanting to talk, and I believe he's lied, blah, blah, blah. Do you think they've called Boy H back in?
Past the first little bit, no, I don't think that they had any reason to. In the first bit, let's say the first couple of weeks, there was such a big. Here's the initial disguise of what's going on. There's so much focus around the swimming hole, and we all legitimately, most of us anyway, think that nothing really actually happened of significance there. Why on earth would Candace and company insist on, making that the focal point at that point in time?
Yeah.
They dropped that information the way that they did. People were really trying to figure out. They've loved that position, to have people try and figure things out all along, and they'll take the lesser of two evils, and they'll situate themselves here and deal with this that way. It's what you want to do if you're guilty.
I want to mention a story that most of you all probably heard of. This was back in 2002. When that guy, the DC sniper, him and that young boy were terrorizing Virginia and Washington, D.C. and shooting people. There's one thing that happened that we didn't know at the time, was the description of the car. They put out the description of a car, van, whatever. And that was just to tell us, hey, look out for blah, blah, blah. If you see this, call us, blah, blah, blah. They lied to the public about the description of this vehicle when indeed it was the suspect's car. I'm going to take that on this Tacoma truck business. Could it be the Tacoma truck is the suspected vehicle that got the child out of there or toted her away, whatever? And they're lying, saying, we just need to speak to the person who owns this because maybe they were a witness, blah, blah, blah. But indeed, it is the suspect's car. AB?
I think because the red Tacoma situation arose, in my opinion, at this point in time, this is my opinion about it, because they early on recognized, as an investigator, they recognize the conflicts and they recognize bullshit right away. For whatever the reason, they're dealing with things a certain way. The Tacoma is an information drop because there's legitimately no evidence of anything, and that is the conundrum here that drives people nuts. And so dropping the red Tacoma as a piece of information gives the public something to do and to focus on. It takes the focus off the investigation for the time being, because of course they don't have to answer to that. It's, we have to preserve the sanctity of the investigation here, but we are looking for this red Tacoma. But only those particular investigators inside know that it's bullshit story. They can more accurately gauge reaction if they need to at a later date when it pops up, because it will always be there, because of course they presented it as relevant to the case at this point. In my honest opinion, I think it's irrelevant.
The Tacoma?
The Tacoma.
Okay, so then where did it come from? If you feel like it's irrelevant, then where did it come from? And why was it mentioned so many times up until months ago? It's been basically denounced.
Where did it come from? I just said it came from the police. The police made that drop, and they.
Well, everybody kept saying in the beginning that it came from Don or somebody.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit. No, okay, it came from the TBI. It came from the investigative end.
Yeah, because I heard, my understanding when I had brought an article up, that a person that they know of well in the community saw the truck. So basically what I was reading from that is they trust the judgment from this person that works in the community, that they saw a truck go by. But my thing is, if you aren't really just a nosy Parker, anybody's car could have went by on the damn road. We don't know what people are doing back on these roads. People go where they want to go. That's the freedom to roam.
So they're going to go off hearsay. So all of a sudden, that's my point in this. It doesn't fit in my mind, knowing what, I've been there since day one and trying to figure things out. It doesn't fit anything, but there, there could be something to it. We're not privy to that information.
Yeah, right. But I just used that instance of the DC sniper when we found out later they lied to us about the truck and the car.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah,
that's a prime example about that.
Right, and that's why I wanted to say, could this be the same way? You're asking us, hey, let us know if you've seen this truck. they may have seen something when in actuality, this is the suspect's car.
They did that in Paul Bernardo a little up here, the Ken and Barbie killer, Paul Bernardo and Homolka. The car didn't have, well, they fucked it up to begin with, but they played it out internally. Cops do get it wrong and they focus on certain vehicles, but more times than not, they use it to their advantage. They only drop certain bits of information that's going to be advantageous to that particular investigation, in my opinion. But in this particular one, I think that you're accurate with the DC snipers. Mm-hmm. And because that you still have those, in that circumstance, those snipers out there, you need to present, a certain way in order to.
And they don't always tell you the truth. That's one thing people have to remember. The law does not have to tell the truth in order to catch what they want to catch.
Right.
They go from room to room saying that. Petey told on you and said you had the gun, and then you sit there like, no, that's not the truth. Blah blah blah. And the next thing you know, they're confessing, and Petey ain't said nothing.
Right. You all remember the Susan Smith case? North London.
Yes, I remember that case like it was yesterday.
Yeah, when she gave the description of the two black males or whatever, you see how that sheriff. Yeah. They pretended to believe it. They put the information out, but he knew exactly what story, but he had to keep up that ruse about the two black males and put the information out about them because he had to get her to.
She shows you how diabolical.
So I think they do use that technique because he couldn't just say, "Well, no, that's not true," or whatever. But they went ahead and put the information out, and whatever picture she described, I think they put that. But
that's what they're going to put out the picture as far as, because until we know better, and like they say, until I prove it wrong, then that's what I'm going to go on at that time. The description of a car, person, whatever. But Susan Smith is diabolical because you didn't had all these people up in an uproar thinking it was two black guys that took your kids or carjacked you or whatever. A guy took your, carjacked you. You could have really wreaked havoc.
Right.
In South Carolina by doing that.
Yeah. She
and that lets you know how cruel she is. She's a cruel bitch. Well, my thing is, if you kill two kids like that, it shouldn't be a shock that she tried to put it off on some black person that doing that. That bitch is diabolical.
Right. Exactly. That was awful. I
thought it's about something about the timing of this case. Not to interrupt you guys.
Go ahead. What about the time?
Could it be possible, in regards to why it's taking so long, that we know that there's an ongoing investigation? Wouldn't it bring into question why, like you said, those children were still in that house? If we have a child that's gone and we're suspicious of the parents, I would be sure that the child care workers involved are just as suspicious as you and I. They can't be completely crazy. So my question is, at what point, when you're going to put charges in, can a defense pull up a defense from the Wells standpoint at a later date and say, well, they took wardship the state. They made my boys wards of the state, including Summer. So whose problem is this really now? Anyway, it's a state problem, isn't it?
Well, it's only a state problem.
Do you understand where I'm going with that?
That's the truth. But what is the truth pertaining to the boys actually being in their care, in the state's care?
Well, the truth is not what comes out of Don's mouth.
Yeah, we know that.
It's easier to identify than what the fuck is the truth around here.
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you what's getting ready to be real crazy. We're already in February, right? It's only gonna be 2-3 more months. We'll be back with petunias and flowers and all that. What's gonna be the ball drop is when still no arrest and the kids are still with the state. You will know for sure it's been forfeited, the rights. Either they gave the kids up or the state took them outright, because right now it's looking grim. It wouldn't take 6 months right now to get your kids back.
In this circumstance, being in that family court or the juvenile court, how could you, and put Summer aside for a second, but given their histories at this point in time, giving their choices in the way that they're behaving, how could you give them wardship back?
Give them back. Let me give them back.
there's no possible way you could get.
That's what I said. I always said that. There's no way at this point they don't know what's going on in social media and what's going on in Hollerville to give them back. I think there's been a sound decision made because I had an insider who was working with them, and they came back and told me that when they first went to court, Candy stormed out day one. Day one.
She's got a pattern.
Candace stormed out of court. I think I heard that as well too.
The very first day they went to court about the kid, she stormed out. So somebody said something in there she didn't like.
Well, she's always storming off somewhere.
So, yeah, so that lets you know. That's why you know
they're probably
they didn't lie about it because she's done it on Dr. Phil. So I said, yeah, they told the truth. So what was said in court that first time they went about those kids?
I bet you it wasn't Cornbread Mafia.
Oh my God.
It'd be something else. But that's a good point.
I'd like to know that too. What was said for her to storm out of that? Because this is before all this old extra stuff they've been doing.
They probably just told her how trifling she was.
Yeah, because that's the thing about court. You don't know who popped up in court.
Well, I think that they would probably be asking her questions, presenting and setting the scene for the people involved as per her history. Yeah. So when you are, before you're even bringing things out, you're probably getting her all hot and bothered by bringing up the fact of Candace Floden and what happened with her former relationship. And now here's this relationship, claims of substance abuse. They were questioning, they were direct questions.
A lot of stuff came out on that first round.
Over what would you do in this situations type of thing. Wouldn't it with your child?
Look at her history, my God. Yeah, they had to probably laid it all out, and she didn't.
Yeah, I believe that's what happened. That they dug so deep that the scabs just was like, man, fuck it. Can't put it back. You know what I mean? Can't put it back on.
They really don't like people of authority. I mean, you can tell.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. They've been doing what they want, living off the land.
Yeah,
living off the land. Oh my God, I just never thought it would go this long. You know how you just start talking about a case. You're not assuming that it's just going to be, winding. I never thought I'd be going into New Year's start talking about her missing. I just didn't.
No, I don't think.
I thought soon it would be something. They'd find either her body or a trail of where she was, if she was alive. Nothing.
Does it not bring to you in your mind when you sit now 7.5 months in fundamental investigative questions as to what in the F could have been happening that particular day and why? Because we are, from an audience standpoint, and everybody, we have reason to believe, or we have reason to be suspicious of the parents in this circumstance because of what they haven't done, what they haven't said, not what they have.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
But I mean, no,
there's no emotion there, and people watch you. It's not to say we can't make a mistake because everybody is not emotional creatures, and that's one thing we do have to understand about humans is that everybody, they're not emotional. Because I made sure not to judge that South Carolina case harshly.
Well, Queen, there's a big difference between not or putting up a wall and being the same all the time, and actually physically referencing putting yourself before your missing daughter in so many situations.
I know what you're saying, but let me give you for instance, when the little girl went missing in South Carolina, year before last, they didn't speak to the public, they didn't speak to the news, and the first thing I thought was, man, what the hell's going on with this family? So something told me, don't say nothing negative about the mother, and I'm glad I didn't, because it was found out that it was the neighbor that had the little girl and, did whatever he did, discarded her, threw her out in the woods or whatever. But imagine had I went in hard on her and then found out, you understand what I'm saying? She
what was her name?
To do with it.
Was that individual was just questioned and all that?
Huh?
What was that little girl's name?
Sweatlick, I think. Sweatlick. Her last name was Sweatlick. You remember that case?
It didn't ring a bell. I'll look for it.
Yeah, the guy lived down the street, a young guy, and I think what happened is she wandered off because that's the mother's version. I left her outside to play. When I came back out about an hour later, she was missing. So that means she had to wander off because I doubt that he walked up to the yard and took her. I think she might have walked down the street like what kids do. They wander off, and I think he saw her, probably said, "Hey, come in. I got something for you." And then he did whatever he did to her, and then he's the one that killed himself after doing what he did to the kid.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
South Carolina, yeah.
Yeah.
And they blocked off all the streets. Nobody was coming and going. So that's how they knew it was right there in that circle of those houses, townhouses, that the suspect was right there, because they blocked off everything immediately. No coming, no going. And they found her body thrown, close to where his townhouse was. It was sad, but I'm glad I didn't go ham, because the parents wouldn't talk to anybody. They wouldn't speak to the public. They wouldn't speak to the news. And the first thing I thought was, man, what the hell's going on? Why do they want to say, something about their kid? Because that's odd when a person won't say nothing. So it's like, okay, so are you going to get somebody to say something to the news about your baby? And then we found out the parents had nothing to do with it. It was a neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the parents are just so distraught that they're not capable of speaking.
But we judge, because that's what we do. But that's what we do. We judge automatically. It's like, okay, what's going on with these people? Why aren't they saying anything? So I made sure not to, because of when I was covering Camille, all that mess that went on with that baby mama, baby daddy. I mean, those people are so ratchet. Ooh, Lord.
You have to maintain, there's, you live by in this. There's exceptions to everything. But in regards to the Summer Wells case, they've had plenty of time to fill in the void of the questions that people were initially wanting to ask. And it's just, you cannot get past the skin. You can't talk. You can't talk to Candace. You can't talk to the family on that level about it.
Yeah. But there's a reason, reason for that.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to say one thing that I'm going to step down. I appreciate you letting me stay on, but when this first happened, we didn't really have a lot of information, obviously, but when Dawn started talking, that's when people started putting it together. Because I think I believed that she was missing initially at first. Something happened. You just didn't know.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because you didn't know the people. You didn't know anything about them to question what they're saying.
You give them the benefit of the doubt.
You give them the benefit of the doubt. But when Dawn got up there, I think it was a few days later, talking about she's gone with the resurrection.
She's gone, buddy. He's talking to Jeff Bobo and calling him buddy. It seemed so nonchalant, didn't he? Like he was trying to get past it.
Should have never said anything. Should have never said anything about the resurrection.
Any grieving that I know. Could you imagine the grieving process? All the 7 stages getting past him in like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
that would probably be a sociopath.
Yeah. But I would have never said anything about a resurrection ever.
Right. So you didn't even give. So
she's dead already. Right.
That was the first clue. Then of course your ears start perking. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, because you start talking about the resurrection. That's the first thing.
Well, the fact that he didn't want to talk directly about any questions, he didn't want to answer any questions, and Jeff Bobo had to be very sensitive. He was outwardly sensitive and letting him know, can I ask that? Is that okay to ask? He was giving a long heads up to prepare for anything coming down the line. It was a very easy interview. And what did Dawn use it to do? It was almost like a propaganda piece, just to distract and signal that he's a proud Seventh-day Adventist, that he's trying to get into that church. Right. And of course, we know how bizarre things got since then.
All right. Yes, and I think that's what triggered all this foolishness. And they kept talking and talking and talking. The more they
don't have a lawyer. That's one of my oddities that's on the list. Why don't you have an attorney? You're not going to have an attorney because your attorney is going to tell you what most attorneys are going to tell you. Shut up.
Right. And can you imagine?
He would not listen, and an attorney would bow out. They'll tell you that I cannot work for you because you won't be quiet.
I think Don Wells would chop his hand off before he would shut up.
That's why I want them separated.
He just talks to them.
I know. If you separate those two, this is a gut feeling I got. You separate those two, oh my goodness. All hell breaks.
Yeah, on the daily basis, you pretty much have to get directions from Dawn, I would think.
It's been a pleasure. I'll be at the bottom.
See you later, Sean.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Well, where's this going? Because the birthday's Friday. I mean, I just in my bright mind, I can't understand how it's come to be this long. I'm really starting to wonder, what the hell do they have and don't have?
What is it they need?
Yeah, because the way people have been talking lately with certain cases I've been watching, how long it takes to get this, how long it takes to get that. It's like, man, hell, I'm trying to live before my 60th birthday. It take you all this long to get DNA for this, phone pings. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't want to be fully gray by the time you get a phone ping.
I guess the question that grinds is, how can something so blatantly obvious to the outside world not be obvious to those professionals, or so it seems? It's just frustrating. And I think it's probably a side effect from being able to experience in a situation like this in real time. And you kind of have to ride that wave out and not get too dead set in any one mindset and hope for the best. I don't think it's going to go anywhere with regards to losing interest.
Yeah.
These individuals are going to be held accountable in office as well. So
do you think it's an issue of here, a body situation, that they want a body? Because we know that you can bring forth charges without a body.
Queen, in my opinion, yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be silly not to agree with that, wouldn't you? But
yeah,
they have, I guess, from an investigative, let's say they've got 11, 12 people working on it right now, and they have to wait for forensics and schedule everything, and you're scheduling about 30 to 60 days ahead.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it takes time, but they have to work, and I've got a feeling that these leads are going to run dry because we know that there's a lot more. We suspect, excuse me, that I would suspect that the body's hidden in a barrel or in the trunk of a car, in a plastic tote.
Say, what did you just say?
I would think Summer's body. That's where Summer's body would be hid.
In a tote.
In a tote, in a barrel, in the barrel of a car, or in the trunk of a car.
Yeah, interesting. Tote.
Or
you would say a tote.
It would be it would be easy for Dawn, like we're seeing unfold over in Virginia right now, where they're going through the incinerator, the steam plant. Yeah, so I'm thinking, from Dawn and on a construction site, he would blend in on a construction site to be able, if he had to dispose of something that would
something I know that's going to be covered up because we just had a case here recently out of Easttown Mall. They broke ground to build something new out there, and voila, what you think they found? Somebody's bones. Somebody put it there. I just see, these people are just evil, man.
It seems like evil, but I think at this point, a lot of it's self-preservation. We won't know about the true evil until much after the evil was already occurring on a daily basis.
Right.
And that's just my opinion, by the way. And Dawn, as well-intentioned as he comes across, I think he put too much faith in his Candace Bly, and I don't know what or why he would just farm children up there.
Yeah,
and think that was okay.
Oh, please stop! Oh my God!
But God bless his kids. I think this is a horrible situation. Well, these kids, you never like to see children go into the system, but here's an example that I'm always going to think about.
I don't want you staying with people that don't mean you well, because this is what I keep trying to tell people. Don't sit here and think she wouldn't kill her boys or do something to them. I brought commentary about the phallicide and all that type of stuff. Stop underestimating that mindset.
Well, she's demonstrated it and acknowledged the fact that she has resentment towards her children and being and interfering with her
livelihood.
Personally, her livelihood.
You get in the way. You get in the way. I may like you as a boy today, but don't mean I may like you tomorrow.
More like she doesn't know how to manage her life properly.
Yeah, you're right.
She's frustrated with that reason.
That is so true. But it's just what I'm scared of is that I'm going to look up. It's going to be spring, because you see this time is dwindling by. Before you know it, it's March, then it's April, then Lord have mercy. We talking about June again. I just can't imagine.
Can you imagine the divide? What do you think is going to happen when, for example, let's consider a what if. What's going to happen when they do arrest Candace, let's say, and people are still like they are taking up? Do you think there's going to be a lot of support for Candace? I think too much inappropriate. I think that damage has already been done, and that was the whole point in trying to get to know a bunch of strangers.
Yeah.
In the long run.
Scary. Hello, Val. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, Lord, I had something fall. Go ahead and talk. It's like it's somebody trying to break in my damn house. Hold on. Y'all talk. Go ahead, honey.
Okay, so what I was thinking was whenever you're talking about the emotions. So I'm a person in recovery, and I can relate to, as hard as this is to say, but I can relate to some of the behaviors. I've been in recovery for 6 years, so of course that's not my behavior now. But in active use, those emotions, that's going to be normal for them to not show emotion, to not feel. It's going to be normal for them to hide their emotions because a person that's actively using thinks if they're feeling something, they got to have something to fix that.
I'm back. What'd she say, honey?
I think that as far as them not showing emotions, I mean, of course, but I also think that at the beginning, they had acceptance really early. And that's really what bothers me. It's not really the not showing of emotions, because I think for someone, which they are clearly in active use. So for someone in active use, they're not going to show a lot of emotions unless it's like rage or whatever.
Yeah, but you're saying that you think that outweighs the fact of they have a missing daughter.
No, but
that's going to that affects it more so than the fact that they have something to cover up.
Yeah, and because if I'm putting myself in that situation and I'm actively using, then I'm going to use more. My behavior is going to get worse just because of the trauma of the situation. But I'm not saying I don't think they're guilty. But I also believe do
you think they're guilty? Let's go there before you keep talking. Do you think they're guilty there?
I mean, I think because they are guilty, and the one thing I would believe in my whole heart is they are guilty by neglect for sure.
Okay.
If it was an accident, okay, but that would be on neglect because they're not taking care of their kids, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, and then that selfishness that AB was talking about, that having concern.
So
for
then
yourself,
we're at least at manslaughter charge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're getting into the realms. I'm not a lawyer by any means, but I hear what you say. But like a vehicular manslaughter charges, and if you're negligent through using drugs and your child suddenly goes missing and is presumed dead or dies, then the drug use is what was kind of involuntary about that little situation. So that would be to blame.
I mean, I think that would be the very beginning.
Aggravating factor.
Yeah, for me, that's the beginning because there's no we're speculating, so there's no real proof.
Right. You're exactly. I understand what you're saying. I agree 100%. To be honest with you.
Yeah,
that's
the one thing
pretty much where we all are.
Yeah, but at the same time, I can't believe the trafficking thing, even though I know what it's like to be in a drug debt. It's you run.
There'd be a lot more evidence of it.
Yeah,
something would.
I don't.
If he was involved.
What is y'all talking about? What I missed something. What the hell did I just miss?
I'm giving my perspective as a person in recovery that has previous experience using an inactive addiction.
Okay. Do you have children?
I do have children.
Did you have children while you were using?
I did have children while I was using.
Were you able to keep your children?
Oh, no. But I was lucky that my mother wasn't like Grandis.
So your mother wasn't a user?
My mother stepped in. She did what I wouldn't.
Okay. But your mother never used narcotics?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long did your mother have your children, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
How long did she have your children, honey?
She had my children. So I've been in recovery 6 years. My children are 20 years old and 16. 17. He just turned 17. Okay. But I got them back when my son was 13. So I've had them back 4 years.
Okay, interesting. So how's it been so far with the kids back?
So my 14-year-old came back because he had behavioral problems and my mom would not be able to take care of him anymore. So I had to learn real quick, not to have those codependent behaviors. And that's another thing that I want to say is, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say or how much
You
is
say
okay.
whatever you want to say. Look.
Okay, so I
just don't threaten nobody.
So I believe at the same time, you got to think about the oldest child.
Okay.
Because my son was showing behaviors that he could have hurt somebody.
Okay.
And that was because he had been raised, with me and addiction, addiction in the environment. Yeah.
Sure.
And so he was showing behaviors where he could have hurt somebody, but I had to get him help. And it took about 4 different treatment centers and not giving up and continuing to be that right guidance in his life, But I couldn't imagine that Dawn and Candace would be in any situation. I would see them as enabling, hiding, if something happened to Summer by the older son or an accident or whatever. So they're going to hide that. They're not going to just be like, okay, let's do the right thing. That's not in them at this point.
They haven't been doing it right. They haven't been doing it.
Yeah, because they're in their addiction. They're deep in it. It's sick. Like,
how's
it's
your
sick.
son doing now?
My son's doing amazing. Oh my God, he is doing amazing.
So he's adjusting well to the change being back.
Yeah, he's been back for almost 4 years. So yeah, he loves me, and I'm blessed that he loves me. And he's been forgiving, and we've worked through a lot of trauma, and he did. And I've been able to be, just continue to be that positive guidance and show him that he can trust me again.
Right. So how's it been for you?
It was hard. That probably learning that I had to put him before me and what was best for him instead of what felt right. That was the hardest thing I had to do in recovery.
Okay, let me ask you this: if you can speak candidly, do you still have temptation?
Oh yeah. It's not a temptation anymore, but it's a thought.
Okay.
Like I might have a thought creep in, but I look at that like, okay, Valerie, is that what you want to do today? Okay. Do you want to give up everything that you've got today over that one temporary thing? And I also play the whole tape out. What's going to happen tomorrow?
That's true.
What's going to happen to that savings account and that car you bought on your own?
Everything.
You bought 2 years ago. Yeah.
Right.
But I also am extremely active in recovery, and I also work with women in Tennessee to help them with substance.
So you live in my great state, ma'am?
No, but I love your state. I live in Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky next door.
I work remotely, and
you're right next door.
Mm-hmm. And I love Tennessee. I love the members that I work with in Tennessee. Yeah. I work with social services and all that. So yeah.
So you're happy. You're happy where you are right now.
I am grateful. I'm content. I'm happy. But it does hurt me when I come on here and I see these, because my first instinct is get them some services.
Yeah.
Even though, it's like,
but you gotta walk
them some services. But they denied and shoved services away.
Yeah, right. And that's when that was the first time I heard that, when you guys said that Candace, or when you just said that Candace went into court and she ran out. Yeah. So that was the first I'd heard of that. And it reminded me of a situation when I did that the first time I had CPS involvement. I just got mad at the judge because that was their fault.
Yeah.
And I had no accountability.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'm glad you're saying that.
But I was so codependent on the drug that I would have done anything to protect. But
that was your choice at that time. That's what you wanted to do at that time.
Yep. And so whatever came out of my mouth, it was all in defense of that drug. It was, everybody else was the problem.
Yes.
So, yeah, and I can see all that in them. And then as far as what AB said about Don, he is so manipulated. Mm-hmm. And I mean, of course, he allows it, but I'm saying he is so manipulated and delusional.
Yeah.
And he could really, of course,
but he's not a changed person, so that's why he's still in that mind frame. He's still using stuff, drugs, alcohol. So he's lived this life a long time. That's what people need to understand too. It's not that people can't change, but you have to want to change. This man's almost 60 years old. I know
that's what worries me.
They don't want to stop. I was going to share that with the audience. I know somebody right now. I've always respected this person. I always liked this person, even though they were out there in the world doing worldly things. But I liked them because of their personality. They always stayed the same. But when that person told me, a year or so ago, I like getting high. I don't want to change. I'm not going to stop getting high. I looked at this person in a different light because it's like, why do you want to keep getting high? You've already wasted years of doing more with yourself. And now you're going to sit here in my face and tell me I like getting high and I ain't going to stop. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so I'm not, you know what I say? I say thank you for being honest with me so that none of my emotions are going to be tied, none of my effort, nothing.
Guess what? It went between one ear and out her other. Okay, bye, honey. You got that.
Yeah.
Because my thing is, after this, if something happens to you, then I should not be concerned. You don't care.
So I let my brother stay with me, and we're 9 months apart. And I let him stay with me for a couple months, and I took him to LP. He did it, in the back of my mind. I still have this guilty feeling like God chose me. I got sober. And everything aligned for me, and it worked out, but it didn't hit. So I had the idea that I'm just going to make sure that I show him every opportunity of what a sober looks like.
That's right. That's right.
And
You be proud of being sober.
Yeah. And so he lasted 2 months, and then, because he also has schizophrenia, but he hadn't been taking his medicine. So I helped him get all the services he needed. He got his medicine, and he was in his right mind, made a conscious decision to leave my house and go find meth, because you have to look for it in a town.
Exactly.
But he made that decision, and I have never had more peace in my life, because I'm like, thank you for showing me where you're at and what you want. If that changes, come back and let's try again. But I'm not going to continue to put all my, efforts and my heart and my energy into trying to do that for you.
Yeah. And I understand that. Self is first, and you're in a place where now you're trying to aid children. You can't worry about other people, whether you are a recovering addict or not. Your children are first. You can't worry about other people.
Yeah,
that's your responsibility. Are your children, and that's something people really need to understand about extending themselves to people, whether you've ever used drugs or not. Your children are your responsibility. You really can't be contented with everybody's problems, because a lot of people take the world on their shoulder. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nice people taking in their troubles. And it's like you put yourself on the back burner worrying about other people and trying to cater to other people.
Yeah. So that's so good to really have those boundaries in place.
Yeah, you gotta have boundaries.
I knew what I was willing to give in that situation, and I knew what I was willing to tolerate.
Yes.
And when he did that, I knew that my teenagers were watching how I would handle the situation. Exactly. And I picked up the phone and I said, come and get my brother from my house because he's using. Oh, and that was hard. I cried.
Because that's not conducive for you to be around somebody that's still wanting to get high.
Think about my recovery, and exactly. So yeah, those are the blessings of being in recovery and growing up and learning. And but I think that Dawn and Candace have like a drug-filled codependency, and it's just,
they do.
And
I don't see them changing. I don't see them changing.
Right, I don't either. I think it would take divine intervention.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do hope that none of those children are returned. Even though, like, I hated I hated that I could not be what I needed to be for my children. Mm-hmm. I was grateful that they were in a place and that I had no control over their everyday decisions, because it was not a good idea.
Let me ask you this, as a person who has used drugs. Do you believe that Dawn and Candy put their children in state's care out of fear, for their safety?
No. But I think if I was on a YouTube channel and I was more worried about my self-image, that's exactly what I would say.
Okay. I just thought I asked. Okay.
I don't think they have the capacity to do that at this point.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Because if I was really putting my kids first, there would have been a lot of other things going on. I think that, no, I don't think that was for their safety.
Okay.
But I do believe that they are, I do believe that they're not going to just change. And like you said, they would have already had their kids back. I work with women that it takes 6 months and sometimes a year to get their kids back.
Yeah. But
I have women that automatically jump into it. Okay, I'm ready for this. Let's get my life together.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them that drag
it out
6 months before they.
And you gotta comply. You gotta comply. Like they said, I'm not gonna come look for you. You gotta comply with the rules. I'm not gonna come search you out. I'm not a babysitter to the state. That's what people need to understand. The state's not gonna come look at you and come bang on your door. That's your job to reply to notices, whatever, that's on you.
Right, the kids are gone, the kids are safe. Like, now you're a grown adult. It's time for you to figure it out. If you want the services that are going to help you, then you got them. But they're not going to chase them down and say, "Hey, we need to get you together for your kids."
Right. This is true.
Hey, I won't stay up here forever, but I do appreciate
it. Val. Thank you so much, honey.
Thank you. Bye, baby.
Good luck with your recovery, sweetheart, and your kids.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got to get off too, Queen.
Okay, thank you, AB. Thanks for joining us. Any last words before you leave? Oh, look, he just jumped off. He just fell down, everybody. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion. I'm 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I'll go a little bit longer if somebody wants to give their opinion pertaining to the oddities that I mentioned. I started at the beginning of this case pertaining to the children being left alone, Candace calling, texting boy H, visiting him, the changing of the clothes at the house with Summer, everything you can think of, the picture of the milk, the video of the milk, the placement of the milk, everything. I chopped it up. I chopped it all up. Oh, here's who done it. Hi.
Hey, I had to get another mouse for the running the little thing to get my internet up again. It just died. So, but I've been listening, and wow, this is a great live.
Yes, it was good. Thank you, AB. Yes, go ahead. Give your opinion.
Yeah, I think that a lot of good points got made, but I like AB's take on things. I like his I like the way he considers his answers. Like he doesn't just pop off with anything that comes to him. He deliberates in his mind. So I like that. I try to do that, but I'm not quite as good at it as you or AB. I'm learning though. I'm learning. Lots of good information. I just wanted to sit quietly. I came back in within maybe 5 or 6 minutes, but it was so fascinating to me. I loved that conversation. So thought some really good points were made. So is it cocktail hour? Is that what we're doing now?
Say what? Hold on 1 second. I mean, you're making a mess.
Okay. Yeah. I'll wait.
I'm here. Look, I'm being a little kid.
Okay. Are you in the fridge?
No, I'm just.
Are you getting some more ice? You need a little more ice, I think.
Up here spilling stuff.
Are you raiding your own pantry?
Keep talking.
Oh my God, you keep talking. Good Lord. This just been the nicest chat tonight, and so many wonderful people are attracted to your channel, and that impresses me. You've got a good draw, and that's because of you, Queen. Not trying to blow sunshine up your skirt or anything like that. It's just a fact, because you keep it disciplined and within certain boundaries. And Patrick's wanting a cocktail, I see, or giving it some consideration. CR, I should say. Yeah. So.
1 minute. I'm feeling stuff. I need to sit my butt down somewhere. Okay.
It sounds like you're getting beat up in there.
Honey, that was the garbage can. Give me a minute. I'm old.
Okay. Good Lord. I'm going to try to answer a question somebody's trying to ask me. Jude, you want to know what I think happened to Summer? I think that there was an orchestrated event in which she disappeared.
Did you think that in the beginning, though? Did you think that in the beginning that it was orchestrated?
I really did, because I didn't believe the very first interview Don gave. Okay. I thought, man, that he is full of it, because he was trying to direct our attention in any direction.
But that's what people
on that hill.
Got something to hide.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're truly innocent, you ain't got to lead nobody nowhere.
I mean, if I'm a parent who just lost my child, in my mind, they could be anywhere. Anything could have happened. I don't immediately form an opinion. Oh, she was abducted and she's far away from here. That's almost like, hey, look over there, not here. You know, there's something shiny over here I'm trying to get you to look at.
Well, a few people have said that, though.
Yeah. So I believe that they had something to do with it. I wish they'd be more forthcoming, but I don't know that they're ever going to be. I don't know if we're ever going to know everything. I pray that we do find we come to some resolution about all of it.
Yeah.
But my belief is that Summer is no longer with us.
Okay. Let me address JPL. You can't imagine Candy Graham taking a picture, but actually makes it a video of a child that possibly could be in the state of dying. Why would you be shocked at her doing anything? If she was in the car with her, what's so hard about hitting the camera button? I don't understand.
My own opinion of that is to show proof of life at a particular time of day. Yeah. When you're trying to confuse a timeline.
Right.
These people are evil. They don't think like
we don't even know if the child was even alive in that video.
Correct. We don't know. It's certainly interesting, the speculation that's been made. I think some pretty good observations have been made. Do I know for a fact she was either alive or dead? No, but it's not hard for me to imagine that she might possibly have been deceased, and Candace with her evil
and ways. How sick is that?
It is sick. Everything about this is sick. But you know, what you gonna do? We just follow the sick.
See, that's the thing people don't really think about. What it takes, the mindset to kill somebody and orchestrate stuff and hide stuff and try to involve people and use alibis. I don't ever want to know.
If you have a reasonable mind. Yeah, if you have a reasonable mind and you're a fairly moral person, it is hard to imagine there are people out there that don't have a moral mind. They don't follow the same rules or the same playbook we do. They're out for themselves, and whatever purpose that serves, that does them good, that's what they're about, and they'll do anything to get it.
Right.
Especially addicts. I thought your recent caller there made some really good points about what's it like to be an addict. Your number one priority is your addiction.
Get high.
Yeah.
Just like a drunk, just like somebody that gambles.
Somebody
that shops is all the same. Let me get to what I like to do.
Yeah, yeah. So they don't think like you or I think, or most people. They don't. That's not the way their brain functions, and so
it's saying Don was. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
that's okay.
Saying that Don was on a live saying they never wanted kids. Well, you should have put a condom on, or she should have used birth control. So
Lord have mercy. Somebody needs to teach them. Like somebody needs to teach them what's causing those kids. Yeah, they may not have known till now. Like it's some big surprise to end up having kids that you don't want.
Let me tell you something. When you don't want no children, you gonna do whatever you got to do not to get them.
Exactly. Yeah.
He could have got himself snipped. She could have took the birth control pill. The state gives free birth control, so I don't want to hear that mess.
I know. It's clear they didn't really
free
want
birth control at the local health department. All she had to do was take a choice of a drug to keep a baby from forming in her tummy.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
Yes.
I think, well, their behavior toward their kids,
right,
shows me
exactly
what they're about where kids are concerned.
They've never heard about anything. That's why they both had terrible past. So you got to go back to the beginning.
Yes, you do.
These people were wayward as young people. They went out and did whatever they did with other people. And then they met each other in this big universe, hooked up with each other. You got to think about that. The stars aligned.
Boy, didn't they? Woo.
You're right. The stars was drunk. Shut up. The moon, the star, Jupiter, whoever the hell's up there.
Yeah.
They all was getting crunk. And these two meshed, aligned, evenly yoked, and already had troubled lives, similar lives. Don't you find that interesting?
I do.
That's why they were attracted in the first place. Who knew? She didn't know about him until he started talking. The same thing for him. He didn't know what she was about. But they had similar paths with children, abuse, All this crazy nonsense. Then they go on to get crunk together, make children. Now we're talking about 4 total kids gone. That is not no accident.
Their life story, as we've come to understand, tells the whole story. They wanted to party from the beginning. When they met each other, that's what they had in common, was drinking and drugging and laying out and telling lies. That was their life. So they're 2 fools well met.
Exactly. Because what are the odds that these 2 people couldn't have got with somebody else and turned their life around? That's what people need to understand. Each person made a sound choice to continue on the same path that they left from.
Yeah.
To get with another human being, to get more turned up, drunk, breaking the law, and now missing children and children in the state. You've already been down that road. Why the fuck would you want to go back down that same damn road?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because you like that life. You like that life.
They're married to the life that they share. They're not really married to each other. They don't really have that much loyalty to each other.
I don't want nobody like that. If all you want to do is get drunk, high, and turned up, you need not even look in that direction.
Right. And make your house a flop house where everybody comes out to lay out and party and drink and
you ain't laying here.
You know, that's
Queen don't like germs, so that would be a problem.
Right. It'd be a problem for me too.
My friend Pookie, he ain't got nowhere to go.
Yeah. Oh, I can just see you sponsoring all that. No, I don't think so.
I wish to hell any man that I'm living with, because I don't really want to live with nobody, because they usually don't work no way. The day you come to me talking about Pookie got a problem and he ain't got nowhere to stay, first thing I'm gonna tell him is you might want to be where Pookie is.
Yeah, then you go move in with Pookie. Y'all help each other.
Because you trying to get me to set up Pookie, you're gonna be homeless with Pookie. How about that?
You and Pookie about to have a whole lot in common.
Y'all gonna
both need help. Right.
Ain't no way.
Queen, I had a thought today. Can I bounce it off you?
Go ahead.
What if Don and Candace surrendered those boys at that court hearing?
Right. But I mentioned that a while back, and somebody said, but then why would they need to go back to court if they did? Rag said that about a month or 2 ago.
Okay. Well, they would have to. I was reading about it today. I told you I was going to do a little reading as much as I could. And both parents have to sign off on it. They both have to agree to do that. And so that would account for why they went. The facts that, counter to that, then Candace gets mad and storms out. That doesn't fit with that scenario if they go in with the idea in their mind.
But I think somebody said something in there she didn't like. Somebody brought forth some information.
Sure.
I bet on that thing.
Right. Well, you should surrender them because you're a blah blah blah. Right. Yeah.
But in a way, I can't see Don surrendering them because he has a big ego.
Yeah, he just don't like to surrender. He does not know when to give up.
I want to know the truth to why they took the kids. That's all. I would like to know that. I don't want to hear about CPS, this and that. I want somebody to bring me a receipt.
That bothers me too, because whatever reason they had to eventually take those boys, they had them on the night they were back up at that property.
Exactly.
Starting back in October. They could see that situation wasn't a good one. If they had why did they take them so long to act? But then they finally
That's a great point. A whole year before, you were up there because they were arguing. You didn't ask if they had children.
Right. Yeah, you saw the scene there. Good night. Who wasn't there? So I just kind of curious to me. I don't know if they thought, well, there's such a public outcry. How come we hadn't taken the kids? We might ought to do something, somebody for a PR reason.
Yeah.
But
as AB said, maybe they realized they just didn't do their job.
Because everybody was coming down on CPS for not stepping in sooner. So
I don't trust nobody that would get rid of a kid for whatever reason, then file a report that they're missing. So therefore, how would you think that 3 other children would be safe in their possession? That's what I understand about
right. Especially you've just had one child according to your own self. You've had a child abducted. What makes that place safe for 3 boys? Because the one that got abducted looked like a boy too.
Because you said, Candace said, they couldn't get in or out.
Yeah.
So how is it that the boys couldn't get in or out, but Summer is missing from the basement?
Right. She could do what none of those boys could do. Yeah.
Which was what?
Well, any one of them could have opened the door. No way in or out, please.
But see, that's a stupid person's comment.
Yes, it is.
Say, my boys there was no in or out, but your child goes missing from the basement. Then when Miss Earhart gives her statement to the public, it's, she was outside with no shoes on. Well, which is it?
Yeah. Well, you get drunk and you make statements, and then you hear about what you said, and you think, oh my God, did I say that?
That's another oddity I left out. Miss Earhart's statement that the child was outside with possibly no shoes on.
Right. So,
but yeah, you said she went missing from the basement. Somebody took her from the basement.
Right. And didn't Chris McDonough say, I'm sorry, I mentioned another name. Anyway, wasn't the boy's statement that when the police arrived or before that, they had been out playing hide and seek down at the creek? They had not been sent down to the creek to look. That their statement was, we were playing hide and seek. Where you
get that from?
It was an interview. It was a comment that Chris McDonough made about statements that the boys had made. I'll try to find that so I can.
Yeah, because I was wondering if you were supposed to even say that. Because I've never heard that.
You hadn't heard that at all?
I don't think so.
You hadn't heard that they were down. They said they were down at the creek playing hide and seek. Because, do you remember Don saying that one of the boys said, Daddy, it's not my fault. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, I heard somebody say that.
Uh-huh. Well, then that makes me think, well, okay. What wasn't your fault? Why is Daddy blaming you? So.
Maybe they were out there playing. Something happened. Who's to say?
Who's to say?
And then they went back running to mama.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the start of. But see, that's what makes that's even worse. To think that something happened to the child by accident, and then you would go cover it up. But then let Don tell it. Candy's not that type of person to cover up anything.
Right.
She would call 911. But I don't know that. I don't know her. And what I've seen from her and you, I don't trust neither one of you to dial 911.
Exactly. But Don, with his ego, Don decided he was going to control that narrative because he figured he knew that he could speak better than Candace. Right. He could form ideas better.
And I agree with you there. I agree. Yeah. That's the very reason why he's been speaking this whole time.
Yeah, he jumped in on it. Right.
But how sick are you to cover up your child's accident, whether you did it or the kids did it? That's some diabolical mess, even if you didn't orchestrate it.
Exactly.
The death of your child. Why would you not call an ambulance?
By the time the public by the time the police got involved, I think Don already realized, that we've already jumped off on something that we can't defend.
Well, that's what a lot of people say that's why it's the way it is, because they didn't plan on this story getting all this attention from social media.
Correct.
And maybe they just thought it was just going to be a local story that only the people around town. And as far as Knoxville, somewhere that was going to find out that the child was missing, and we were just going to be sitting in the background, just speaking to our associates. Oh, did you have a little girl missing? Not YouTubers talking on social media and making videos about it.
Right. To the point about the emotion, the lack of emotion, I wouldn't put much stock about that either. However, you get out and you plead, this is my child. This is what she looks like. This is what she had on.
Yeah, that's what she's
her name is Summer and she loves this, this, and this. To you'd get out and you would plead for your child. Real parents of children they love who go missing do that without exception. Without exception. They plead for that child. So,
and you ain't worried about what nobody thinks, because law enforcement will tell you we always work our way in and then out. That is just the law of the land.
Yes.
It's nothing personal. You're reporting your child, friend, mother missing. I'm going to start with the people that knew the victim. That's just common sense.
That's right.
It's not personal.
Yeah. You start where it happened, who was there. You start at the very, very beginning. But their lack of following through on making an effort to find that child, that bothered me. That told me, okay, something is wrong with this picture.
About you?
it bothered me that they didn't plead for Summer.
Yeah, and they really get involved, and they didn't get involved with the rescue squad and stand down there at the watch with them under the tents and stuff. You're supposed to be right there with these people while they're doing the search. If you just had to sit under the tent and wait to hear what they were doing, by the walkie-talkies.
And all Don could do is say, they're not going to find her there. They're not going to find her. It's a waste of time for them to even be here. What motivates that kind of talk?
Because
people coming in trying to help you.
Because you knew where she was. That's not even to talk about your own child.
Right. You would be Randy. So appreciative. I'd be carrying them sandwiches. You know. Hey, Randy.
Look how long it took him before he ended up meeting up with the Raider guy, and they sat down.
Yeah.
I wanted to just say that Chris McDonough did say it's like he already knew because he spoke to law enforcement about the boys playing hide and seek. And when he brought it up, Candace put her head down and said no. So we still don't know what they were doing.
Okay.
But,
so he
wait, slow down. You said Chris McDonough brought it up?
Yes. When he was doing the tour at the house, he said to her, so the boys, they were all out playing hide and seek. And Candace put her head down and shook her head no. But he said he heard that from law enforcement.
That's why I made that comment to AB that perhaps he does know something about the damn milk.
Yes, right.
Yes.
And
he has talked to people. There's no way nobody's gonna make me believe Chris McDonough has not talked to law enforcement in Rogersville and TBI. I bet you he has.
I agree.
I bet you he has.
I agree, and it's the whole thing too. And I'm not saying that Don had anything to do with Summer missing. However, I still feel that Don utilized her for whatever purposes, only because Don was a pedophile many years ago. If Don would have gotten help when he was in prison,
what are you trying to say? He utilized the child. What are you trying to say? He assaulted his own child, man?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You don't shower with your child or your children, and you don't. It was a couple of comments that he made as to what a young lady she was growing into as he touched her that last day and whatnot. It's just things you don't say about your child.
Yeah.
And
so you know people, well, you do know people do take baths with their children. You do know that.
Yes, I do. But you know, the more I know about the victimology of Don's past, and he admitted to having a relationship with his stepsister and his sister. You don't just outgrow that. It's not something you just can put on hold and go, okay, well, I'm an adult now, so I'm stopping.
I get that.
You know, and Don, the way Don talks, I feel if Don would have ever thought he had a problem when he was in prison, and if he would have gotten counseling, he would have gladly discussed that, and he didn't. And so that concerns me too.
He should have got help the first time the girl opened her mouth and spoke.
Yes. And you know, when Don talks about the boys, I find this very concerning too. He always mentions the oldest one. What's his name? Starts with a J.
Josie.
Yes, he always mentions Josie. And that's very concerning because pedophiles tend to groom their own children. And I'm just hoping that Josie, all three of them, are actually getting help. I just want to see.
So you're saying that he's a cross-sex child molester?
He very could be. I don't know. I don't. You know, I just know, why does he keep talking about Josie so much? You know, Josie's like his favorite. You know, you had coworker, and once again, we have no receipt, but saying how Don would bring the boy Josie to his work site and they'd smoke together, and you know, and then he took him to Utah, where according to,
I know somebody argued with me and said no, that wasn't the child, it was his older son, the grown one.
No, it was Josie, because that guy that he used to work, Dud or whatever his name was, that he used to work with, mentioned it was him because it was a kid. And then he took him.
So he took him in 2020 when we still had COVID, but I still believe school might have been open. Why would you be taking your child across the country?
That's my question too. And remember, is Mary had said how that's his sister, how she would go to have a conversation with him, and Don didn't want her talking.
And he didn't want him talking to the child, which that didn't make no sense. You're on the property with these people, but you don't want nobody talking to the child. That's stupid.
Yes. So it just leads me to wonder what the hell was going on, because it's just very unusual behavior.
See, I never thought of it in that way, that it could have been some sexual business going on. I thought it might have been just he's had problems with his family. He didn't want them maybe putting, any type of negative comments in the baby's ear or something. I didn't even think of it in that way, sexual.
Well, the thing about it is Don, according to, and who knows when all this stuff is over. I wouldn't want to think about it this way, but I know from my job, like victimology, and I just am saying that Don didn't learn, according to Mary, her dad didn't do this. It had to be Don's stepdad that possibly taught Don these things. I mean, we don't know. We may never know that, but it just makes sense that he may have been teaching, his kids the same activities. I don't know. It's weird that.
But that's where it comes from. Child molestation comes from people touching you. Then you grow up and you do the same thing. And
yes.
Then you do it as an adult if you don't get any help.
Yes. That's why I'm praying that the kids all get help now, because I can't even imagine. You had all those people there, even and the likelihood of a parent, and who knows about Candace either. I mean, Candace, who knows what kind of victim Candace was? I mean, I'm not saying she's a great mom, but who knows what happened to her when she was growing up? I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I just want them all to get help because I want it to stop. The madness to just stop. But yeah, I think that it was an opportune moment the way they set this up. But I don't know if Don had anything to do with making her go gone.
So what are you gonna say? It was or wasn't orchestrated? What are you saying?
Oh, it was orchestrated, most definitely. Orchestrated.
For what reason?
I just think that poor Summer was, I think she got a lot of attention from her dad, and I think that was very hard on Candace. And I think she was getting more vocal, and she was going to be going to school. How are you going to go to school and be grabbing your personal parts? And
just tell it. She already had got her shots and this and that, so you'd have to know that if that's the truth, if she got her shots. That means if you got shots, you had to have a physical. A doctor would have to look at their private parts.
Yeah, a doctor isn't going to look at a 5-year-old's private parts.
Why not? Why not look at it?
I don't know. I remember as a kid that it wasn't until I had a complaint or.
But see, that's what I was going to say. I think it's time, because I don't know, but I think it's time. If they don't do it, they should.
Right.
I think every part of your body needs to be checked out as a child.
The problem with that is well, people are just
You have a nurse, just like you would be if you was a grown up getting a gynecological exam. It's the same thing. If it's a guy doctor, he brings in the nurse. She's the side piece, the backup witness. Make sure ain't no funny business going on. And I think all children need to be checked from their front to their back.
Yes, I can see that.
Because that's how stuff goes unreported.
Yes, I agree.
Let's go check somebody's throat and ears. Well, what is that if in case somebody's attention them and doing stuff down there?
Right.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yes.
You don't know what's going on with a child. And who the hell's gonna come in there and tell you, oh yeah, I've been touching my kid. I've been letting my boyfriend husband touch my baby. Ain't nobody gonna tell you that. That's why a baby that's why if you was an infant, he's gonna look down there in your tail and front. Damn well he would. If your baby's sick, he's looking at everything because he's gonna ask about the diaper, what type of poop they make, all that. So it should be the same thing for school-age children. Check their private parts just to make sure everything is aligned the way it's supposed to be.
I agree, but we can't even get people to get vaccinated. All this stuff
to keep going on and on and on, and nobody knows that somebody's been touching your children.
Right. Because people are in big denial. Like they'll deny it could be anybody that could be touching your child wrong, from a priest on to their parent, and people just are in denial. And it can be anybody. Doctor, freaking police officer, priest, it can be anybody. So
I think there ought to be a process in place For example, every school typically has a school counselor. If the teacher notices some acting out, some sort of behavior, sees that, can send the child to talk to a professional there on campus, and they can determine, by asking questions, and they can discover a lot that would lead to a possible physical exam. I think there ought to be a process, something like that, in place. You know, don't just yank a child out of class and go, throw them in front of a gynecologist. I wouldn't do that, but I do agree it would be certainly helpful. And goodness knows what's under, what that would uncover, if half the class has
because
been molested.
It's been said that young girls, even as young as summer, do get like yeast infections and different things. I had never heard that they did. So my thing is, why not look down there?
Exactly. If you see that child is always scratching or covering up or doing something that typically leads to something, then you have grounds to say, let me see if we can give you some help. And it may just be something simple.
What could be going on? A person could have bugs in their undergarments.
That's right.
You don't know. That's why you should be checked everywhere.
Yeah, it could be just a little hygiene problem.
Yeah,
which
not being clean. That's how the doctor's going to find out if this is a clean issue. If these look down there, or if it's an issue of somebody being penetrated or whatever.
Exactly.
And he goes, makes his analysis, and God willing, he's making the right analysis.
Yes.
And then he calls those folks if it's some hanky-panky going on.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. If he finds something out of the ordinary that ought not to be there, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Then it goes up the chain. So.
Yeah. Well, Donna's saying her son was checked to make sure everything's right. Well, that's what I'm saying. You should want to check. That's not even really, let's be truthful. That's why I say, because people think the worst of everything. It's really not a physical if you're not going to be checking people's private parts.
Yeah.
Because you just can't assume because they're a kid. Well, ain't nothing going on down there.
No, that's just good parenting.
What's going on down there?
Good parenting there, Donna.
Yeah, and as a parent, you should be looking at your children's private areas.
Right.
Okay, at some point, you may start letting your children bathe themselves, but still, you need to make sure that you're looking at everything. And if something don't look right, hey, I'm taking my baby to the doctor.
Yes. If you're a good parent and you see that behavior, why don't you already have the child? If you're not worried about anything, take the child to the doctor.
That's my point. Because nobody should be no way in the world 5-year-olds would be saying to their parent, "Oh, I'm itching down here, or this hurts down here." Well, if you look at your child undress and get in the tub, you can see that something don't look right with your child.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Because I know at a certain age, you're gonna just let them bathe themselves, for privacy reasons. I get that.
Of course.
But when they're at her age, no. Yeah. I'm still looking at you.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Always keep an eye out.
Mm-hmm. You should always keep an eye out. What a story.
I know. Yes. So many facets to this story.
I just can't believe it.
Exhausting.
I'm in my right mind. I'm just trying to figure out how in the world are we now in the month of February? Spring will be here shortly. This is just weird to me.
It is to me too. It's hard to comprehend. It's hard to wrap your brain around it that we're this far along. And like we were talking about last night, not even a little tidbit thrown out there by law enforcement. Just nothing. Zero.
And it would be such a wonderful birthday present for us to be able to find her.
Oh, it would.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
All of it. It's
just, and to stop this freaking madness.
Yeah. So much.
It's just like, and she's not the only one.
No.
That's the sad thing, is that she's not the only child missing. There's so many other children missing, so many other adults missing. And I don't care what nobody says. That is just a scary feeling of knowing that a person was walking the earth and then poof, voila, they're gone.
Gone.
Yes.
Just gone in a flash.
I mean, it's just as heinous if you found out they were murdered, but to then find out that there's nothing. And then you're sitting there trying to piece together how they got gone, who last saw them.
And as far as I know, kids don't vaporize,
And the kids are frustrating because, like that little girl, the Oakley, her foster parents would have taken her, but oh no, we got to return her, and who knows where she is. I mean, I know she's not living somewhere, but that's tragic.
I know that part of how I think about this is I know that you attract an audience of people who are from all over the country, from around the world. And the impression that's given of Tennessee about this is so off.
Mm-hmm.
These are not typical people from Tennessee, not how Tennesseans live by and large. I'm not saying that but you could go to any state and turn over a rock and find something just as heinous, just as evil, just as wicked.
Yes.
Anywhere, working
But
class, middle class, upper class.
Right. Evil does not discriminate.
Evil is everywhere.
Don't you think that Don did a lot of this himself to take some heat off? I mean, he caused a lot of this in the beginning with some of these tall tales he'd call intoxicated, kind of just to stir the pot up more. So then people do get that. But yes, it can happen anywhere.
Yeah. And so I hope people will take that, and give it some balance as they think about this deed that's been uncovered here. It's just horrendous.
Tennessee's a beautiful state, so
my goodness,
I cannot see anybody just hopefully, you'd have to be very closed-minded to just say it's just happening there. Very close.
But you have people to think like that. People look at the pictures of the Wells house and they just assume that everybody back up in that area.
Oh yeah, we all live like that.
Lives like that. No, people live like that in the Bronx. People live like that in Chicago. People live like that down the street. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people who live in dilapidated residences. They keep unclean house. You have people who actually have nice homes, 5,000, 6,000 square feet.
That's right.
And their houses are hoarded up, nasty. They don't clean. They got bugs.
They've got secrets galore. Things that their bodies are buried.
It's just a matter of somebody coming out, repeating it and saying, oh, this is what's going on over here.
Right.
Yes.
Right. My overall thing for today, my thought is, okay, if you need a narrative, why would that be necessary to jump in there with a story that you don't change forever? But why do you need that? What is that narrative? What's the purpose of that narrative that makes no sense to anybody with a brain? It's to cover something up.
Right. Yes. But see, that's the thing about deception is that I've got to do what I got to do. It doesn't matter if it makes sense to you. It doesn't matter if you believe it, but this is how I'm going to give it to you.
Yes. Yes.
It's the art of the con. Everybody knows that. I can't get a victim until I try.
Yes.
I got to try first to see if I get a victim.
Yes.
Just sickening to me.
I was out today.
Yeah. I got a little something to celebrate her birthday.
Oh,
on Friday. Sweet. I just was like, I'm just disgusted. I'm just so damn disgusted because I'm sick and tired of talking about it. I want to talk about something else. I'm just like, I want to get into it.
We're accustomed to when we hear of an event and we think, oh, something stinks to high heaven about that. We're accustomed to following a sort of logical pattern of this, and this leads to that, and eventually an arrest, and then a trial, and then a conclusion. That's what we're more accustomed to than, one rabbit hole after another that leads to nowhere.
Yes.
It's frustrating. It's got us all. It's sort of messed our psyches up this year about things. So, yeah, we want an answer. We want it soon because our tolerance is growing thin.
Yeah, because I never would have imagined it going this long. I just never would have imagined it going this long.
Yeah.
In my right mind, just very hard to even fathom. Talking about somebody missing a small child, and then the other children being taken care for whatever reason. It's just sickening to me. I got a feeling that they're not going to get those boys back.
I think both end up in prison.
Prolonged, huh?
Don't you think they're both at some point going to both end up in prison? I mean,
I would love to think so.
I don't know because you're already at 7.5 months, and no arrests. Somebody did their homework. Let's keep it real.
Right.
How long does it take to bring a telephone lines back if you got different people working on the telephone pings?
Well, it'll be interesting when it all unfolds because who knows who's involved in this mess. But yes, but like Candace's relationship with H.
Listen, you believe other people involved besides Don and Candace?
Say again, Queen. I didn't understand your question.
I said you think there are other people involved besides Candace and Don Rand?
It's at all possible, yes.
And who might that be?
It's possible, but I don't think so.
A lot of people want to keep saying that. I think it's bigger than you. I think it's bigger than we know.
I just believe in the whole handoff thing. Where did they, that there was some story, and I don't know because I'm not there. So I can only envision what's in my head, and that there was other people involved, possibly.
So you think that they sold the child? That's what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, I think Grandis for sure. Those three.
Yeah, most definitely. It's no way she don't know nothing.
Absolutely.
No. There's no way.
No way she doesn't know.
I like to just take a break and scrape her damn back.
Yes.
All of them. Just lay them down naked and scrape their damn backs to their buttocks. Does that hurt? Does that feel good?
Is that bothering you?
Uh-huh.
You're going to tell me where she is now?
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. It's like, it's just like what I was saying when AB, imagine it's going on even longer. They will think that they've gotten away with whatever they did to her.
I think they already think that. And that bothers me because his arrogance knows no bounds. He's a guy who thinks he has pulled the wool. It's a done deal.
His monkey wrench was when his stepsister came forward. That was his big monkey wrench. That effed up his whole life pattern. Because
he was creating this image that he's a big church guy, big Christian guy, and always cultivating friendships with, quote, good people. He was laying out, he was image protecting at that point and trying to build up. So we would look at him as, bless his heart.
Laying it on real thick.
He laid it on too thick, and that alerted me. Like you oversold it to me.
Doing too much. You're doing way too much.
If you got to tell me how great you are and not trust me to figure out whether you are or not on my own, you've overdone it. So, yeah.
Yes.
Very arrogant.
Very arrogant.
But, at this point, the boys, there's no way they're going to send them. Well, I shouldn't say there's no way, but, they haven't gotten any help. They're still alcoholics. They're still using. They've not made any attempt to better themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows where they're at with the classes that they need to complete, I just don't see those boys going back, and at least I would hope not.
I don't think they've done anything.
I agree. I don't think they've done anything. Nothing. I don't think they want to. They found out, why did we ever think we needed kids? Because look at the parties we can have without them.
But you said all in the beginning, because each one of them lost children before they met.
Yes, that's right.
They knew what life was like with kids and without kids, the state being involved, accusations. They've been down that road before. So my thing is, you shouldn't even be in this situation, and I'm going to say that.
I agree with you.
You shouldn't even be in this situation of a missing child and 3 in the state's care. You shouldn't even be in this.
Yes, I agree 100%.
No, this was inevitable. That's how I look at it. It was going to happen.
Yeah. If you lose 2 kids, I think you need to be snipped. I'm sorry. Once you've lost 2, that proves you don't know how to keep kids.
Well, especially if you placed them there for abuse or somebody was beating the kids up, that means you didn't have good sense to leave a person, because you can't. It's one thing to stay with somebody beating you up, but when the person decides to start hitting your kids, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
Like people, self-preservation is first. If I don't think anything of myself, I'm not going to think anything of my children. So what the hell I care about somebody beating my damn kids if I'm letting them beat me up?
Right.
I care. You can't have one without the other.
They don't care about themselves.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm not going to care about you beating my kid. You beating me. What's the difference?
Yeah, exactly.
You should care, but some people don't. They don't say, okay, this is enough. They're not beating my children. So let me get out of here.
Because that was another thing is, who knows? I mean, we don't know how the boys were treated.
She thought a guy was beating her kids. She should have left years ago.
Yeah, I totally agree. Should have had should have had the gumption to get up and get out.
Yeah, and then you go pick another guy older than you, another sugar daddy, who's just probably as whack as the last husband or whoever. See, she was repeating herself all over again.
Yes, absolutely.
She picked up a street man. Well, she's a street person. So they're both the same, Don and her. That's why they one another.
Darkness seeks darkness.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We are evenly yoked.
Very.
And how come is it because of the changes in states? Okay, like originally it was said that Candace beat her oldest child, leaving him with brain damage. So when she started having these other kids, why was that not like a red flag that somebody was checking on them?
In another state, they don't keep up with what you do in another state with CPS.
Man, that's sad.
Yeah, they don't have link. They don't have link. A lot of the agencies, they're not linked. They were never linked like that many moons ago.
Right. It should be linked.
That's why people run and do stuff in other states. Because I remember hearing a case where a woman in Indiana, her family was getting on her about her children being neglected, and what she did was she ended up moving up to the East Coast, and then that's the case that you heard about last year, where the little was that the little boy that was in Washington D.C. that they found dead in the mama's trunk. Now she left all the way from Indiana to the East Coast because she knew they were on her about her neglecting her kid. She moved to another state. Her and the sister, it was two sisters. They done something with the kid, whatever, and the kid dead. Been in the trunk for God knows how long.
Yes.
But that was the same kid that's been abused in the state of Indiana.
I thought that was interesting what AB said. I had to stop for a minute and think that over, that he thought she might possibly be in the trunk of a car. Did he mean because ultimately a car gets taken to a place and destroyed, and who knew? Nobody ever knows.
Yeah, but most people will probably look in the trunk before they smash it, if that's what you're saying.
Okay.
Crush it.
Yeah.
And people thinking that the child's on the property, it's like you all don't listen. Those people told you that they searched the property. They had documents up there. What makes you think they're just going to sit up here and not check 11 acres of dilapidated cars?
And when they have a search team, it's like in a row. They're not like, you don't have like one every 25 feet.
The first thing I'm going to do is check your property. You got cars, buses, sheds. I'm going in there to look. Why would I?
Yeah, right.
Oh, she's over here. She's under a bus. She's over here. Okay, well, whatever.
I know, it's like an Elvis sighting.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Give the people some credit that they would look on the property. That's the first place you're going to look, because allegedly you're saying she lived there. So why would I not look on the property?
Yes.
Right.
Just baffling. But I'm sick of these two. I'm sick of hearing about them. I'm sick of hearing about what they said, what they did, and you need to go run. No, you run your ass over there. I ain't gonna run no damn where.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have to. So I don't care.
I heard you say
that's what people don't understand. They're not talking about anything.
No, you're right.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna well, now I'm concentrating on what you just said, and I forgot what I was gonna say. It'll come to me. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, because it's some of the stuff that come out of people's mouths. It's like, you don't want to be mean to people, but I tell people all the time, think before you speak. Think about what you're saying. Some of the stuff that people say don't make no logical sense.
No, them and a lot of the things that Don says have just they're just adding to the bucket, and that he'll go on all these different talk shows or different YouTube channels and spin some little web, and then everybody picks up on that and goes off and runs and tells half the truth.
That's the thing that people need to understand. These two have been orchestrating this farce from day one. So why in the world would I believe anything that they have said? Oh, she's over here. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Okay, where'd you get that from? Don said it. Where'd you get that from? Candace said it. Okay, these are the same people who have been deceptive about their child.
Yeah, and I don't think this is the first thing they ever orchestrated either.
Yeah, and you know what? That's a valid point.
Yes.
And I think we know that from what H said about her losing her kids when she gets struck.
Yep. They're used. This is their routine. This is what they do.
Yes.
I think they're running out of people to throw shade at and create some kind of story around them, because they've already thrown all their neighbors under the bus.
You're gonna miss your pain, and you're gonna end up with your neck slit. You keep mentioning people, throwing people names out there. How many more people you gonna go down the damn Ben Hill Road? Next, you're gonna go over there to Pookieville Way, the next street. Try to see somebody to make up your ass with a
Rayville.
You will end up dead up there.
Yeah, and just keep on, because the odds are you're going to finally cross somebody that's willing to take matters in their own hands.
Right?
Yes.
You got to mention the right name, and they will have nothing to lose.
That's right.
They're going to travel up that little beat up ass driveway, and they're going to handle you.
Yeah, I mean, because I know of certain kinds of people who live up in those hollers, and they'll just burn your house down. They don't care. Who's going to tell on them out there?
People do stuff like that just like whatever they did to that kid. Let's say they did something to her. What if somebody else just as sick who would do the same to them? That's what a fool who goes out here and kills people don't. Just as quick as you went and killed your wife, killed your kid, your neighbor, whatever. Somebody else would do the same to you. Why would you do it different?
Yes.
You got a diabolical mind. Well, Pookie, he got a diabolical mind. Bubba Ray, he got a diabolical mind too. And sometimes people get back just what they put back out into
listen, live by the sword, die by it. Yeah.
It would shock me none that, you know what? They get a cases of bad damn fentanyl, and they both laid out up there foaming at the damn mouth.
Now I'm dead. Oh my Lord. Yeah, it could happen. Yes. And look, and I won't be a bit surprised. None of us would be surprised.
They're not getting high. Well, come on down here and get you some fentanyl. They got it right for you.
Yeah.
Just did a bus. Come on down and get you some good F. F, H, whatever. Come on, get it out. Take it back to Rogersville. Snort it, shoot it up, however the hell y'all do it, and then just lay on back with your good Budweiser. Go down like a champ.
No, put it in your Mountain Dew. Drink up.
Whatever. Yeah. Sit on the toilet, drink your Mountain Dew, and your fentanyl, whatever.
Christine's waiting for Bigfoot to show up. That'll be his next person he claims Bigfoot.
Oh, yeah, the biker. The last was the bikers. We're going to go up there.
Oh, yeah.
And what happened to them?
That story died, didn't it?
I didn't do a video about them. But yeah, all that talking and folks throwing them on the channel, this and that. Well, what happened? What happened? What ain't enough air in the tire to come down here to Tennessee? What happened?
They got shy.
They got what?
They got real shy and real quiet, and it was all big talk. We're coming down there to settle this, basically big talk. But look, what happened to that story? Nobody talking about it anymore.
Law enforcement told them they didn't need them, that they had a handle on the case. Now, according to Don, like 10 of them showed up by his property because he had guns at the bottom of his bed because he didn't know what the hell he was going to do.
I thought he wasn't supposed to have any guns in his house.
He's not.
A felon ain't supposed to have no guns.
Nope.
He's an idiot.
State law.
Good Lord.
Oh, I forgot they the plastic guns.
He's going to go down there with a water pistol? A super soaker?
So, do you believe that 10 people showed up or a few people showed up to the house?
We hadn't heard anything, so I'm thinking no.
Don't you think they would have filmed that for their own security reasons?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ting.
Yep. That's interesting.
Miss K says, what I dislike is how the Wells think they're untouchable.
Amen. They do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. They think they're untouchable. But see, one of them gonna knock the other one off before we get the damn truth out.
I know. Well, that's what Don would do that. He would just disappear.
Let me tell you something. That'd be her next phone call.
Oh.
To 911.
He's offed himself.
He was jumping me and
and I shot him.
Blah, blah, blah. It's going to be something like that.
Well, I could believe it. I could. That might be the first time she told the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I could believe it, and because she's playing the victim role. Anybody that hasn't followed the case from the very beginning, I have no doubt. I'm sure people are sending money there. It's sad. It's sad because she keeps playing the victim role,
Yeah.
and she's
Well,
not no
that
victim.
works for her. She thinks.
Yes.
She thinks that
She's
works for her.
probably been doing it a long time. That's how
Oh, you know it. You know it.
Yes.
how she's been able to meet and greet people along the way, get into the fold, get into people's good graces.
That's exactly right.
Amazing says he needs to sleep with one eye open. I don't know. Big old bags he got, his eyes probably kind of heavy at night.
Is that the one that ain't swole shut?
That one mug shot of him. Golly. It's
good night, Quieter.
Fat and swole.
Thank you. Yeah.
But you know what? I was looking at some of the pictures, one I noticed yesterday, where he looks very thin and frail. So I'm saying to myself, you look really bad in this picture where he looked like he was a straight addict.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
He's in a picture hugging Summer. He looks really bad in that photograph. His face is very thin. I said, oh yeah, he was on that stuff bad.
Cocaine skinny.
Yeah. His face was just like small, very small.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to think that the stress is showing too.
Mm-hmm.
And that he's running out of suspects in that county.
Yeah.
You don't have to move over to the next county to rustle up some more.
Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine him living in a regular neighborhood. That's why he don't live in a regular neighborhood, because he know he couldn't make it if he lives in a regular neighborhood where you got neighbor for neighbor for neighbor.
Yes. Most definitely.
He'd come out talking shit, and that one punch will lay him out. He'd be in a coma.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you say, bloop? There you go. Man down.
Say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night, Felicia.
Look, as we say, night, night.
Night, night. Sweet dreams.
Oh yeah, and you know what amazes me too about people, because you're not supposed to promote violence, but it's just a known thing. A lot of people don't have patience, and a lot of people do pop off for various and minute things. I don't know how these two have made it as long as they have, especially Don with all the games that he plays and everything. I'm just very surprised that he has not met his maker.
Isn't that the truth?
From the stuff that he does, it's just like, I'm surprised somebody has not just wrung his neck, especially when Dudley was working with him. It's a wonder that he did not have a nasty accident.
That's the truth.
If I'm believing the thing that he said he was doing,
because he did that man some harm. Yeah.
Very, very.
Somebody be creeping.
Rag says, I feel like every time he starts losing headlines, something happens to call DUI, DV calls.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah. I agree, Rags. Good call on that.
Yes, Rags.
He's gonna love the attention he gets when he goes back to the big house.
Oh, well, guess what? Are they gonna really care at the big house?
He's gonna be somebody's baby.
Donella.
Yeah, he better save. They can buy Vaseline on commissary. So
Rand missed that.
Oh, I heard. He can buy some Vaseline on commissary.
Yeah.
Come here, Donella.
Donatella.
He talked about
another
that.
lie.
he talked about that. He got some loving the last time he was in prison.
Oh yeah, did he talk? He talked about it.
Yes, he talked about how his backside bled for about a week.
Oh my! Well, he likes that kind of thing. I'm thinking.
What?
Okay, his backside got some attention. Yeah.
you know, he's going to be in a world of hurt because, you know, then there's the thing that he was an informant. If that's true, he's like a freaking dead man walking because,
I'm going to say something. That is the stupidest thing you can do to be a user. Yeah. Talking about what people are doing back in there where you live.
Yes.
You're buying the drugs from the same people 9 times out of 10 you're talking about what they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
That makes no logical sense.
Well, I was channel surfing and I don't listen to this one creator, but the one creator said that Don didn't have to do time because he was a freaking informant when he was down. And I'm like, and this is before this case got,
because we've been hearing that a lot. Where's the receipt to that?
Yeah. I don't buy that at all. He's a dumbass.
Yes. I'm just saying, where's the receipt? Because the people keep saying that because they're not getting results that they think they should get from this case. So, he must be an informant.
Right. That's why we're not getting.
Informant is getting ready to tell there are drugs back here where I live, but yet I am an addict.
Right.
That's just cold snitching right there.
Yeah.
And why the hell you gonna sit here and say it's going on back here? You don't even have to give a name. But that's just how a fool would do.
See, well, you wouldn't do that in prison either. That's the word. I mean, seriously. But it was a person that he talked to on the regular. And I'm like, really? You just fucking, excuse me, you just really killed him if he does go to prison. But whatever.
Well, snitches get stitches.
Because he won't shut up.
No.
And somebody said Dunkin' Don.
Oh, my God.
Girl, if you don't want CR, please stop.
Yeah, Miss K, I agree with you on that. It's a deflection when the heat gets a little too close. When people start to figure things out, there's always a deflection to some other possibility.
And there
he's an informant, or
that makes me laugh because the other day I was like, okay, you know, all these people he's accused, and I'm like, the only person really that he hasn't accused yet is the dogs. And then I'm like, wait a minute. What? Bring that receipt back because he did blame the dogs. He said the dogs weren't there the day that Summer was missing.
And he talks too much to be an informant, Christine.
Yes, exactly. Because that's just instant death to go around. You know,
even if you don't drop a name, you're just a fool to even talk about drugs in your vicinity. And then you use the drugs.
If you're a snitch, you just talk to the law about what you know. You don't put it on YouTube what you know.
Exactly.
And who's doing what and who's doing who. You don't say it out loud. So like I say, he's too stupid to be a snitch.
Some B says, if I ran some kind of criminal enterprise, the last person I would trust with info is Don Wells.
Ain't that the truth?
Y'all Dunkin' Don, please stop. I don't want none of him donuts.
Oh my!
You don't know where them donuts been. No,
don't want me bobbing for donuts. Yeah.
He said there was a number on his charge sheet. What are you talking about, Miss K?
Number.
More like stupid.
Yeah.
Dodo bird number 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Somebody said I don't trust any of their eyes. Well, I ain't trying to look in their eyes. I don't trust none of them anyway.
No. We know they're all just big old liars.
Glasses on.
Can't tell the truth to save themselves. They'd tell a lie when a truth would serve them better. That's right.
Christine has a very good point. Yes, in business, he would already be taken out. Exactly.
Amen. Yes, he would.
Yes.
First time somebody heard that he was talking, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing on YouTube talking about? What's going on back there? That's none of your business to be saying nothing and you get high. Oh, yeah. Happy face right on your chin.
Mexican mafia, cornbread mafia. I need to make a list of all the people he's actually blamed for this.
Honey. Only person
you already got the list.
Only person he ain't blamed is a black woman that make the cornbread in prison.
Yeah.
Black women make good cornbread.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I know they do.
I mean,
none
even
better.
The dogs disappeared. We got to remember the dogs too.
His mate's gonna be making the cornbread this round.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was some good cornbread you made. Thanks for putting that little sugar there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're welcome, Daniela.
Daniela,
you want to play checkers?
You busy? Stop on by. I got some crackers and some cookies.
Daniela, can I come to your room?
I'll trade out some commissary.
When I'm done in the kitchen, Daniela, can I come over? Ooh, geez.
Mm-hmm. Are you lonesome tonight?
Oh, Lord, please stop.
Oh, God.
Oh, we got a snort out of Randy. Yes, we did.
She been snorting. You ain't been hearing her. She been doing some old low red snorting up there.
Low register snorting.
I like old Elvis.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Elvis went out.
Yeah.
Ooh, goodness. What a mess. Wow.
Rexall holler.
Pharmaceutical
row.
Please stop. Dudley, poor guy, just wanted a job. Yeah. Something ain't right with him either. I don't think it's something right with him. Most people would have been quit. They want to subject themselves to that type of BS. Especially when it's coming about making your money and you ain't getting paid your money. Don's supposed to have been dead from owing that man that money. Don's supposed to have been sucking on concrete.
Taking a dirt nap.
Exactly.
Believe it, he's heading toward whoever is waiting for him. He's heading straight for him. He doesn't know it, but it'll be, when he doesn't, when he least expects it, here comes karma.
Next time we'll see Don, he'd be locked up. That heifer will be wearing a skirt.
Perfect disguise.
I've lost so much weight.
Oh my God.
I'm a 14 now. Don't call a YouTuber and tell her that.
I'm so hungry, Mother.
14, Lord have mercy. This stress is just killing me. Can you send me some more commissary? I ain't got my phone to upload nothing but YouTube channel. Oh, Lord.
Ooh, can you take me out of Gin Pop?
What? What'd you say?
I said, can you take me out of Gin Pop? General population.
So what? Yeah.
I need protection.
Yeah.
Send me to solitary.
Don's a big guy. He's a tall guy, but that don't mean he can't be feminine.
Hey, bigger
I
they
bet
are.
you he has a Fifi. I bet you he has a Fifi.
A who?
Yeah.
A Fifi is a glove with some lube and a glove. And well,
all that. My God.
This is the most educational show on the wire.
Yeah.
I just learned something else.
Y'all, please stop. I can't.
Just when I thought Randy couldn't teach me anymore.
And I'm learning too.
That 5150 manual you were reading out of.
He gonna be going there and taking Tennessee whiskey.
Smooth.
Smooth operator.
Yes.
Sade.
Where Candy? Candy gonna be up in the holler living up. She gonna have a little miniature mansion back there.
Absolutely.
10 million landing way.
Have Jose on the line.
Oh, she gonna have everybody living up in there.
Oh yeah.
Look, anybody that was homeless from here to Knoxville gonna be back there at 110.
You're right about that. Good night.
Calling all homeless people. There is a space available. 110 Midnight landing way. Just put your cot on the damn gravel road.
I was just gonna say.
We gonna look. Go make
very
a
large
party bus. Go put the bus. Go make a little room and a little studio in the back.
Yeah,
mercy, I'm dead. We got us a portable toilet in here, and we got us a little easy bake oven right here, and a refrigerator.
Hop on the bus, Gus, and set yourself free.
You're a fool.
I am. I'll just mess it.
Gus.
Yeah. Must be 50 ways to hit to holler.
I can't. You're sick.
Well, it's late, and I'm getting a little punch drunk. So, not drunk on punch. Don't misunderstand me. Just getting kind of punchy.
Yeah. I bet he said they just talk about us so bad.
Well, they just shouldn't invite it.
Candy, you give Queen good material. Thank you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just imagine, I could, if just to be evil, I could go live every day talking about these two nimwitches. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh goodness, yeah. There's a ocean full of material on there. Yeah.
Let's talk about this before I leave, because I'm at 3 hours and 28 minutes.
Okay.
That certain person who drew that picture of Candy, knowing that she don't look like that on that mural. Are you kidding me?
Is there a picture that I've missed somewhere?
Yes, it's on social media. You have to go into my community page. There's a video I have up, and somebody's holding a mural of all of them and their children.
Okay.
That somebody on my channel said, "Is that Princess Diana?" And when I got the notification, I said,
"I know they didn't. They sure didn't get it that wrong."
Oh, Lord, what they was talking about? I said, "You know damn well ain't no damn Princess Diana." I said, "Not never."
No, my God.
Go look at that damn painting. They doctored her face.
Oh, well, quite a bit. If she looks anything like Princess Diana.
Painting doctored her face, and they were wrong for that.
Oh my God,
that was just atrocious.
Ooh.
My thing is, why you doctor her face?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Because people feel sorry for her.
I don't think they painted Summer with no hair.
Oh,
and that's allegedly how she looked when she left here.
Right, good point.
I'm just calling a spade a spade.
Huh.
I mean, when I saw that, I about fell down. I said, "Wow, really? This is what now?"
Yeah, that's how it is now. That's it.
Yeah, we're what you call it? I don't know the word I'm to look for. It's a farce, because we all know Candy don't look like that. Let's go look at it. Just go look at my community page.
Okay, I will. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
good Lord.
So you can get a good laugh.
That's scary.
I will check it out too. I think people feel sorry for her. She's using the boo-boo sympathy, so they're like, "Oh, this is what she looked like." Ugh.
There is no way
that she used to look like that. I don't. No.
There is no way Candace looks like that. I just want to see the person that painted. I want to look at them directly.
She might look like she looks right now.
And ask her, why did you paint her looking like that? You know that's not how she looks. I mean, it's a revamped version of Candace.
How much they pay that artist to do that? Good Lord.
They need their nutsack squeezed.
Okay.
If it's a guy, just squeeze him.
Yeah.
You know better, because you know better than that. Come on now. With all the shenanigans with these people, why would you do that?
Yeah. I don't get that at all.
I mean, a mural of all these people.
Yeah.
I just was stunned. Like, you drew a whole damn picture of the whole family. A family that's not together, mind you.
Right. You put time in on that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You drew a picture of all these children and their parents, and then you doctored the face of Candace. You got to go look at it.
To look like Princess Diana. Good grief.
Yeah. You know damn well that picture don't look nothing like no damn Princess Diana. It's a joke. It's just disgusting.
That's a stretch.
Big stretch.
Somebody said the scariest thing I saw on Candace TikTok with the Carney clown makeup on. That was terrifying. Yeah, I think I saw that the other day, or day before yesterday. I don't like it where she's puckering her lips up like a goldfish. She's in front of the camera with those shades on with the flames and stuff.
Yeah.
I just thought, honey, who are you doing this for?
What? Really, whose attention are you trying to grab?
It's on the news. Somebody's holding a picture of the family. A drawn picture. I bet you I ain't buying no. Why would I want to buy a painting with all of them in there? Never.
Yeah, what wall would you consider hanging that on?
Nothing. Catch my fucking place on fire. Go to sleep, be choking on damn black smoke.
Oh my Lord. Yeah. Good.
Won't even get a chance to wake up to get
hanging on your front door for Halloween, maybe.
God sitting at the gate with his legs crossing my ankle. I thought you was gonna make it out of there, but you ain't wake up. You just kept laying down.
Right. You say you want to wake up from this nightmare. That's not the way you want to wake up.
Pure black smoke, man. That just go look at the picture, man. It's just sickening.
Is it trying to make it look like a Leave It to Beaver family?
Right. As TZ said, to depict the perfect family.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Oh.
Exactly.
I'm sure.
Well, that's a lie then.
When I first saw the notification, you know how you go on your phone, go on to YouTube, and I saw the news report. I pulled a video up, and then I looked. I said, "What is this?" And I said, "This is a picture, like a mural." I said, "Wait a minute, who the hell is that white woman there? What the hell is going on here?" They ought to be ashamed, man.
Whew. Well, they're sick as they are then. That's all I can think of. Somebody would take the time to paint a picture like that. Needs a life, for real.
I mean, I'm telling you, when you see the picture, you're going to scream. Because first thing you're going to say is, that is not Candace Bly. I mean, they doctored that picture up like that's a whole nother woman in that damn painting. Because it's the painting where, you know, she had the hair kind of curled up with her makeup. She had her face.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the rendering it is of her with that blue blouse on.
Oh, brother.
Oh,
fan club painting. Yeah.
Look, you said, "Oh, brother."
Did she have a bra on? That's the question.
Well, they just took the neck. Look, don't you start. You know, it's just a picture of her face and neck.
Well, yeah, so that you could see the rest of
all
the
families. It's an interesting photo. It's an interesting painting. I was stunned. Oh my God! Digital says maybe Robin
just saw that. Possibly so.
Will Candace be issued a bra in prison? Please stop.
I understand it's required.
Is it?
I know an acquaintance that I know of that I've told you about. Spent a little time in Cupcake up there in West Virginia at Alderson, and part of their they were required to wear a bra.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't have your boom boom walking around.
No, you can't be, flopping around.
They're supposed to be, but I had to get one for a guy once. That was interesting.
Come again?
He was in the middle of transitioning, meaning he
had no transition in prison.
Because he had started on the outside, and so he had no penis. However, he had boobs and long hair because he was in the middle. So I was making rounds, and he came up to me, and he's like, "Lieutenant, I think I need a bra." So,
well, had he transferred to a women's prison at that point?
No, because he still had. In fact, I made that wrong. He still had his penis.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
When I was ready to retire, we did get a guy. Well, it's a she now because she had her penis removed. And
the stuff they talk about on Everyday Shenanigans. Did you hear that, Amy? I heard that.
It's a shenanigan program, kind of, yeah.
But
I watched that video that you told me about. Oh my Lord, that scared me to death.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of deep. You got to have a strong stomach for that.
Yeah, I did.
Hello, Brandy.
But it was like watching a train wreck. You couldn't not watch it.
It's one of those shows that you got to be just eerily drunk.
What?
I didn't think of that. That would have helped.
Eerily drunk to where your eyes are slowly closing.
Randy, don't you remember she was telling us to go look up that operation when you're transitioning, when they make your penis a vagina?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went and I watched that surgery. I was just
okay. You know what be really scary? Wake me up while they cutting on you.
Oh, please.
Wait. What you doing down there? You went and told them folk to cut your stuff. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well, you done signed the papers, so this is happening.
Lay back down, sir. Lay back down, sir. We gotta get you go ahead and sleep.
We're not crank it up on here.
And think you still disoriented and look down there. Oh my God. Sick to death.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, Randy, you were making a point with that. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so next question would be:
somebody said California pays the inmates bill to transition. No, I complete that.
Pardon me?
California.
Somebody in the chat said California pays the inmates bill. How? Why would a prison pay thousands of dollars for you to transition? I can't believe
if
that.
you start your procedure before you are incarcerated, some brilliant legislator decided that they will pay.
And how's the start? Because I don't understand how a start would be.
You cannot go to prison and be like, hey, I want to be a girl now. You can't do that.
I'm just saying, what would the start be? Because my only start would be, I've already was on the table. I don't understand what the start could be. What could the start be?
I don't know what that means. I just know that
I don't see how that would work.
You have to be in the process before they'll finish it.
You start taking hormones and things like that.
What's the process exactly for a state prison? Federal prison is paid $10,000 or more dollars when you get cut on. I can't see it. Hormone therapy.
Wait a minute, Randy. Was your person in a male prison?
Lord have mercy.
She was in a female prison
because she had already started the transition. They sent her to a female prison.
She already had her penis removed and reconstructed.
When she got to prison.
Yes. The other gentleman was on the male side, and he still had his penis, but he had breasts. And so he was very well popular while he was there.
I guess. Oh, wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Teresa got a good point. Looks like they can just stop the hormones until they get out of prison. Right. Or depending on how long
you have to delay your procedure a little bit.
Your body just go back to the way it was. You're not getting hormones, hormone treatments.
And I agree with that, but some legislator, they filed, and this was what they came up with, that if you were in the middle,
some people say they don't have no rights in prison.
Right.
They are violated. I guess not all of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That person in the photo must be Don's girlfriend. Inch, please stop. just stop it.
Kate. We have one more ball to go. Yeah.
I mean,
yes, we shall go to the ball. Yeah.
You know what? Please stop. I just want to know why a man will lay down with a woman, her head just shortened down. I'm looking at you, even though you got breasts and a vagina, but you look like a man. And I'm laying down with you naked, all with my clothes on, and I'm looking at you like, what the fuck happened?
You can make some terrible mistakes.
I'm just saying. You lying down with a person that just shaved all their damn hair off. It's not like you're sick or something. And it's nothing wrong with a short haircut. But that dude, that was a buzz haircut. That was not a short, little cute little pixie haircut.
Mm-hmm.
You buzzed that all the way down. Talking about, I want to be my boys, all that super talk. And then he laying there with her, looking at her. Ain't he looking at her like, damn, what's going on here, Candace?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now imagine.
Don't answer that.
That haircut, and you can go and put some damn lipstick and blush on. Candace is a trip.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to him for being a trip. That's for sure.
But she looked more bored than Don and H. Well, she's in that swimming hole
with Chris McDonough.
I said, man, what is on here? And chewing that damn tobacco. I was just like, man, Candace, you just put an end to this nonsense.
Yeah. She was not wearing Pradas, I can tell you that.
What I'm saying, if you want to be a guy, then say you want to be like a guy, and whatever you did with this kid, just come on out and tell your whole truth and be done with it. Stop this nonsense.
Yeah.
She something is terribly wrong with that girl. And to think she almost 40.
Yeah.
Damn kids, they ain't have a chance, man.
If you're not happy as a woman, you're not going to be happy as anything else.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why something was going on with her.
People doing that to think they're going to be happier. I don't buy that it's a ticket to happiness. You know, if you don't know how to be happy inside,
yeah,
no external thing is going to
now,
change you.
Look like she's growing the hair back out. You know, she got a little couple inches of hair now. So it's like, okay, so what you gonna do? Let it grow back out long? What you gonna do with it? See, this is just a bunch of bullshit with this heifer.
Yeah,
I'm just sick of her. I'm sick of all of them. I'm just sick of all of them.
I know, I am too.
Totally. You know what? I really would like to go to court next Monday.
I'd love to stand behind a tree and watch. That's for sure.
Well, I'm too big to be around a tree unless it's a nice sized tree. I'll stand out. Black women don't stand out.
Queen, you're killing me. You're killing me.
They probably got little small trees. They be like, that guy I'm trying to look, I'll be like that guy.
Queen is here.
And that football player Ray Caruth, when he was hiding from the police after he killed his baby mama and baby, and they told him, Caruth, what are you doing hanging around that tree? Well, we can see you. Get your ass around that damn tree. That's exactly what they'll say with me. Ma'am, we can see you, ma'am. Get behind the tree, Angela. We can see you, baby.
Well, let's see. Bug on the wall. I like to be a bug on the wall.
I'm an attorney. Ma'am, can I help you? Oh, yes, I'm an attorney. Oh, I'm a client. I'm waiting on my client.
I'm defending Donna Candace, and I'm scared to death.
I go in my good suit, my good dress suit, and I walk in with a briefcase, ain't got a damn thing in it. And sit right down with my mask on and look like a professional, and they can say, ma'am, can I help you? Oh, yes, I'm a client, Bubba Ray Jenkins. He's coming in shortly. Coach, you need him here. They don't gotta know. And I can sit there and play stupid and dumb the whole damn time.
Yeah, well, I object.
Girl, that hurt my stomach.
Just throw that out every now and then.
Just like, ma'am, order the court, ma'am. Not your turn.
Oh, God. Yeah.
That's what I can say. I'm a YouTuber. I want justice. Adam, tell us what that baby. That whole damn court nigga done dumped me in there, broke my damn good hip.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah.
Jumped my damn good hip in there.
That's us on the scene.
Get this lady out of here.
I'm doing a live.
Right. Oh, no. Yeah. If I can get away with it, have a bullhorn in my damn purse.
Oh, wouldn't you, though?
Briefcase. Where the kid is.
Just have an air horn.
Ooh, Lord have mercy. Let me stop.
You don't have to say nothing with an air horn.
Oh, my goodness gracious. What a mess. What a mess.
Will they allow people in the court due to COVID?
I do not know.
I mean, originally,
it just depends. It just depends on
bullhorn people.
They're letting people sit in so many feet away from each other. They might let you sit so many out in the hallway. Then they call you.
Yeah, right. Probably be a first come first serve sort of a situation. Yeah, I'd like to see that too.
Oh well, he's gonna be last because his last name is W.
He'll be sitting for a while.
He might, if they go in alphabetical order, he'll be the last one in there.
But she's blind, so that might happen fast.
Yeah, look, unless somebody's last name Zeus. Oh, look at Brandy. Brandy, that's funny to me. Be like, I'm just here to speak to you about your car's extended warranty.
Oh my God, they can go everywhere.
Excuse me, I need to speak to Mr. Wells. He said he's needing some new car insurance.
Oh Lord, I'll validate your parking.
He would die if I walked up on him and said, "Hi, you called me. Remember you said you wanted some insurance on your car?"
Knowing you need some, I understand that your license may have expired as well.
That would be the best.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Have somebody film me, walk up to him, asking him about insurance on his truck.
Reasonable rates.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Easy terms.
Yeah. Oh my God. Please stop.
Half down and the rest now.
Oh my Lord. What am I going to do with you?
I don't know. I spend most of my time locked away.
Please stop. This is serious. I've got to talk to you. You need insurance. Oh, yeah. I should not be a nigger then. When you fucking nigger, get out of here.
Oh,
If you had just talked to me, you wouldn't be in this trouble.
Look, my big ass is trying to crawl over the back of that cab. Let me in here. I gotta talk to you. I gotta talk to you.
Hanging onto the windshield wipers. Yeah.
You're killing me. Oh my God. Oh Jesus. Ain't that the truth? Did you see that? You know, and all the white people looking around, my God, that big girl crawling.
He better buy if he knows what's good for him.
She jumped over there with a pocketbook and a briefcase. What the hell kind of shit's going on down here in Rogersville? My God, I'll tell you, them damn wells, we got to get their ass out of town. They got that black woman going back in the cab. She said she's trying to sell them insurance. And the lady, why, honey? She jumped on the back of the truck.
Yeah. And that's the way they do it in Rogersville, I believe. Fancy like.
I did.
I know.
Lady, I told you I won't no insurance.
Well, apparently, but you wouldn't be in this trouble if you did sign up. So,
or I could go as a pretty femme fatale and smoke a cigarette when he comes out.
Oh,
hey,
Don.
But look, you got a light.
Does he ever? Yeah. And a crack pipe too.
Are you going by 110 Ben Hill? You need a ride. I'm supposed to be meeting my brother over there, but he's left me here and I've got no way home.
Oh, no, see, I don't know. That's a move.
Ooh,
that sure is a move.
City, would it not? Some big black woman.
He would say, it's over. I confess.
Yeah, I dare you to ask him for a ride.
Right, yeah. Ooh.
Oh my goodness. I just can't believe they just leave me. I'm stranded. I don't know anybody in Rogersville. Oh, Lord.
I'm all alone in the world.
Yeah. Thank you so kindly.
Oh my God. Brandy said, would you like a Modelo?
I'm sick of y'all.
Uh-huh.
Oh, y'all are sick. And then he might look and start saying on that drive, you look awfully familiar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you do.
He might say he's got some candy for you.
Oh.
And he might say, you like that bitch on YouTube. I gotta pull my damn mace out.
Mm-hmm.
Woo. Oh, Lord help me. Let me stop.
I know.
That'd be nice though. Show up one day, bump into him.
Now, see, that's what we need. Just to laugh a little bit, kind of break some tension, get that all that negative stuff out of us for a few minutes to kind of so we can sleep another night.
Oh, look at
You
Christine.
ladies are wonderful. I always have a good time.
Thank you. Christine, come on, eat some crab legs. Please stop. Yeah. I can get some crab legs up there.
Uh-huh. Ain't gonna let you forget that.
Should I be scared to get in his car and tell him where that man take me?
Well,
knowing him, he'll probably say, I gotta go to the liquor store first before I take you home.
Yeah.
I think Candy might be interested though.
Stop. Oh, you know what? Carry your butt to damn sleep. Damn. Oh
Randy,
my God.
Randy.
Somebody said,
I know. I'm the twisted one.
Yes.
You are a twisted little sister.
Look, early in the morning, he be talking about, by the time you get out of court, it'll be afternoon, he be talking about, I need to go to the liquor store. You don't mind riding with me, do you?
That's a bad idea, Don.
No, I'll just say, I don't mind.
Oh, goodness. You're setting yourself up to be a pen pal.
Just cut it out.
I promise I'll write. Yeah.
You know what? I'm dead. Teresa says, Don said last night they didn't have life insurance on Summer, but who knows now? Well, guess what? You can't get money without a body. That's the law in most states.
There you go.
In order to get life insurance, you got to have a body, and it's got to be natural causes.
Deceased. Yeah. So figure that one out, Don.
Baby.
No life insurance.
Yeah,
as if they would have life insurance.
Honey, you are a real dodo bird. That you didn't read up on that clause. Gotta have a body in order to collect.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Prove it,
That's
Don.
so stupid. They would do something like that.
Yeah. Can I have the money now?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
The agent said, yeah, when you bring the kid.
Okay.
He didn't have car insurance, but he's got insurance for his kids.
Probably still don't have license, insurance, or registration. Going to come in hot to court on Monday. Well, he's still driving hot. More than likely, he was driving hot when he left the court the first time.
Yeah.
Nobody said a word. I know cops that would have waited on you right there for any reason to get it behind the wheel or something. You're not proper. See, this is why I know something's off. Something's not right. Something is off. These people.
Way off.
Wonder how Mr. Lawson feels about himself with this case, because it just don't look right.
Well, he ought to be real red-faced, that's for sure. Humiliated, for sure. You know.
I know.
It's his county. He's supposed to take an inch of it and all his constituents out there. I did think this about him. You know, he had to have like I don't mean this literally, but an angel, a sugar daddy to get himself elected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the powers that be, you never see their faces. Mm-hmm. You just see their puppet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering if there's not some more sinister character pulling his strings. This is not that hard a case. You know they lied. You know they are.
Mm-hmm.
You can work that timeline to death and get them with the timeline.
Yeah.
It's
because I don't think she told, and that's something I was sitting here thinking about. What did she tell L.E. of the time? Because all this bullshit she fed Chris McDonough and the news, see, they didn't ride her.
No, they didn't.
Ride you. Ma'am, you're going to have to tell us what time you got home, what time you went back over to the house, what time you noticed the child was gone, what time you picked up the phone to call.
Yeah. And she said, you know, I don't have a thing about time. I don't pay attention. Well, let me just say this. Okay, there's a 3-hour gap. Let's take that first 3 hours of your day when you were at the hospital, you were at Walgreens, you were at the creek, you were at the hippie house, you were at the little grocery store, getting vapes and stuff. I mean, you had a busy morning and you remembered all where you were then, and now we got 3 hours in the afternoon you're kind of confused about.
Yeah.
She can do a lot in 3 hours. So what'd she do in those other 3 hours?
What she messed herself up is when she put herself at the house with the kid.
Mm-hmm. True. She did mess up.
Herself there at the house with the kid and you crying, you don't remember no time. But you made a call at 6 something. They got that recorded. You've got to explain how it is you tried to say that you only went over to the trailer for 2 minutes. How is 3.5 hours 2 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen how much you can cram into 3 hours. So, you know, you did all that
I'm in 3 hours and 56 seconds right now.
Yeah. So she was a busy little bee that morning, and I'll bet you she was a busy little bee in those 3 hours.
You were doing something to the child in those hours.
Yes.
And then you finally made the call at 6:30, 6:27, whatever.
Right.
Seal the deal.
Yes.
That's what you were doing.
Yeah. Now,
because it seemed like I just went to the trailer, came back, but you got all these hours in between. That's what I want to know. What did she say to law officials? Because Chris McDonough really should have wrote her, ma'am, what time did you get to your house with your kid?
Right. He didn't ask her enough questions in that timeline, right? Those 3 hours.
And she don't keep up with time. So he let that ride. I would have let it ride.
Yeah, right. You'd have zeroed right in on that. Well, okay. What are those 3 hours do you remember? Yeah.
Right? I would say, so you don't know what time you got home. You don't know what time you went over to the house. You don't know what time it was when you decided to start calling your husband at 911. You don't remember none of that time.
Let's just say it was 15 minutes before you went back over the house.
I told her, though, it can't be 2 minutes. It's still, let me tell you something. It can't be 2 minutes. It can't be 12. It can't be 30. It can't be 40. It can't be an hour. It can't even be an hour and a half because
it never happened.
It's too many hours. The main thing, right? It never happened, and it doesn't fit into. I was just doing something for a few minutes and then walked over and realized she was gone. Not in 3.5 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have nailed in on the, let's say, okay, we've already accounted for 15 minutes. How about the other 2 hours and 45 minutes? What do you remember of those hours? What'd you do then? Let's just say it took you 30 minutes before you went and checked on her. You know, you just got to keep hammering away at that timeline right there.
She's like Dawn. She's a narcissist. She thinks she's gotten away with this, both of them. That's what she thinks she is.
And hiding behind, I don't keep track of time.
Right. Yeah. But it makes no sense.
But she kept track of time that morning because she knew where she was and when she was there.
Yeah, but
because she said that Hunter got all the places right, but he was off on when it happened, meaning she remembered it better.
Yeah, so he got the places out of order.
Out of order. So she had to be aware of a timeline then of what order she did stuff in.
That girl knows exactly what time it was when she did everything.
Hell yes, she does.
When she clocked stuff on the Facebook and TikTok and put stuff up, she knows exactly what time it was.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me.
I bet she can't forget what time it was.
Never forget. Exactly. That's what I'm getting ready to say. She will never forget the timeline of June 15th.
You're right about that. Absolutely. Every minute of it is in her head.
Yeah, she knows exactly what she was doing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to check out of here, ladies.
Well, it's been real. Again.
Awesome.
Thank you all so much.
You had a great group.
Thank you
in the chat.
Thank you.
You attract some really smart people to your show.
Look at Brandon. Where's the link? We'd have been on here 4 hours and you talking about the link. I done sold a quilt and made some booties.
And I knitted a shawl.
Oh God, look at Randy.
Brandy, please come back in. Please come back.
Right now, we're gonna put on some yarn gauchos.
Yes, I love you guys. Seriously.
Yeah, enjoy it too. It's fun. So much fun.
So much. I'll try to get back with you all tomorrow about Friday.
All right.
All righty.
Thanll you.
Y'all be safe.
All right.
Okay. All right. Take care, and everybody in chat. Be safe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Good night, whodunit.
Good night now.
Okay. All right, everybody. I'm letting everybody go. It's 4 hours in. Let me cut this short. Thank you all for the mods. Thank you all so much. This was the oddities pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells, June 15th. I laid out as many as I could come up with and remember. I'm sure there are more that we may have forgotten, but this is just a very odd case, and something doesn't add up. If you want to replay, go back to the beginning of the video where I lay out most of the oddities, and there are a few that we dropped throughout the live. If you want to donate to the channel, $BeAngie129 Cash App. Thank you all for the donations and the super chats. Please be safe, mind the children. Friday is the birthday of Summer Wells. She will turn 6 years old, and we're going to try to do something a little special for the birthday. Thank you all so much. I will be back on a little bit later when I get a little time. And you all be safe out there. This is Everyday Shenanigans. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.